Okay. We are live.
We're in.
I haven't done an intro in so long. Uh,
We are live.
Welcome to The Birds and the Bee with me, Chelsea B. Apologies for that hiatus. Life has been happening. But we are here covering the very stressful 2024 election live in Brooklyn. So no idea what's going to happen. Very anxious, but I have with me producer, participant, jack of all trades. Oh, that's good volume. Matt. And then we have David Piccolomini.
Yeah, I'm one of the birds.
One of the birds. Yes, a frequent guest here on The Birds and the Bee. Oh, that sounds better. Whatever you did. I like that.
Mustachioed.
Yes, mustachioed, long-hairioed.
I mean, we're live, so we're going to have a number of mistakes today. I'm also, doing switching and, drinking a little bit.
Yeah, I cannot be trusted to be on hinge.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things happening right now.
We're going to be off the hinges.
We'll be off the hinges, off the rails, off the...
No hinges, no rails.
No hinges, no rails, no rules.
The purpose of today is more for, people who want to not drink alone on election night, to have some sort of, sense of community, to, comment, message us if you want to, live chat, that kind of thing. And also just, debriefing about election results. So it's very free form, and we're going to put this whole live broadcast on our Spotify channel later on and some other channels. So
in case you want to relive these moments.
In case you want to relive these moments, but we're going to leave most of the mistakes in today. So apologies in advance.
Yeah. Apologies about all the mistakes I make.
I'm stressed.
Yeah, I
What do you, give us your initial, before things heat. What are your initial thoughts? Where do you think we're at? Where we're going? Tell me.
It's one of those things where, you don't want to believe that many people are going to vote for someone who is fuck you, you can't tell me to say, you can't tell me to do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is it's like people just misinterpreting Rage Against the Machine lyrics. Just
Yes.
fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. It's no, but they didn't mean about this, a felony assault.
Yes. Well, and I see often a lot of even conservatives, something crazy racist is said or something, and someone will reply or put a post or whatever and say, this isn't America. And I think that with, over the last nearly 10 years, 9 years, we have started to, this is America.
It's definitely parts of America.
It feels like 50%.
Well, but that's the thing, is it's not 50%. It's 50% of it's 30%, which is not much better.
Okay.
But also
where are you getting that figure for people who don't vote?
Well, there's plenty of people who don't vote.
Yes.
There's also a lot of them probably are racist or not racist. I don't know. We can't figure that out yet.
Yes.
But there's also there are groups of people that aren't doing it because of racism. They're doing it because they don't care about racism.
Because racism isn't a deal breaker.
It's not a deal breaker. But
Right.
also you can play that with the other side of genocide. It's not a deal breaker. But yeah.
I mean, if you want to get into the Gaza immediately,
let's not. But yeah. But I'm just saying, there's always
understand.
those
Right.
reasons of what's not a deal breaker.
Right.
Determining what. Anyway, I'm just trying to defend my good friend Joe Rogan. As comedians, we all have to defend each other. There's not an ounce of sarcasm ever in my voice.
Sometimes, literally, you told me something earlier when you first got here, and I immediately believed you. And then I just remember how gullible I am. People tell me things, and I'm like, "Oh my God, really?" And they're like, "No."
Oh no, that would be. I don't. I feel like most of the things
sorry
are
for
worse.
trusting you. My bad. Oops. Okay. So, but where do you? Let's give.
I voted for Harris.
Okay.
I voted for, but also I did really want to, as a Delawarean, it was hard not to just vote for Joe Biden one last time.
Right. I think he did
No,
the most of a civic duty as one can do, which is serve as the president of the United States.
They just need to send him on the train home from DC back to Delaware.
And I, stepping down when he did, I have so much respect for that
Absolutely.
as well. And I think I'm going to give a little bit of a hot take here. I think SNL does him dirty.
That's fair.
With Dana Carvey. I think they do him dirty.
Wait, but also, I haven't seen the Dana Carvey one. It's got to be better than the Jim Carrey one.
Yes. Yeah, well, it's just like that, like,
that was just Jim Carrey doing an impression of Jim Carrey.
You gotta be kidding me. Like, it's just very, like, it's like 4 phrases in a row, just repeated. And it's like,
When he's been, like, the thing is, I'm from, like, where he was, like,
Scranton?
from Delaware, though. But he was, like,
okay.
I met him in Delaware because everybody's just met Joe Biden when you live in North Delaware.
Fair.
You just kind of run it. I ran into him on the street after dinner one time.
Okay.
I was like 12.
Oh, okay.
My grandmother's like, it's Senator Joe Biden. I'm like, cool.
Okay. Yes.
Hey.
Yeah.
But he's just been saying inappropriate gaffes since I was a child.
Fair. I don't know a lot about that. And so I also I grew up Republican until
Same.
Yeah, I
Hardcore.
grew up Republican. I remember hating Obama and not knowing why.
Oh,
I
no,
hated
I was-
Obama.
I was on board with Obama at that
Okay,
point.
yeah.
I was
That was like a little bit near my shift. I think I was like 15, so I was born in 92, so that's what. Math.
I remember being told George Bush would be good for the economy.
Yeah. I mean, in my family, it was like George Bush, just vote straight party on the ticket. Like, you don't have to look at anything else. And then it wasn't until I was about like 15, 16, I was into theater. I started having a lot of gay friends, and then I realized I was part gay, like bi.
That's what they call it. That's the technical term, I think.
Right. That's the technical term. Is
Part gay.
Part gay.
Sometimes I go to gay work, but most of the time.
Sometimes I was into the gay. And then I just started questioning things, and then I started to kind of pick up like the hints of which at the time were hints of racism, but it was like real. It was like blatant. But for like a little 16-year-old.
How many times can an uncle refer to them as thugs before you go, oh no?
Yeah. So that was and then I realized, like, wait, I don't actually like this. And then from there it was a swift departure from that party, and since it's just been an evolution of reckoning with all of that. But
since then it's been a reckoning.
It's been a hell of a reckoning.
Well, I grew up evangelical Baptist.
Evangelical.
Hardcore. Like,
wait, okay, so okay. Oh my God, that's crazy. So where's your family now?
they're in Delaware still. They're
Not
fine.
locally.
They're fine. No, they're fine.
Religiously.
They're fine.
Does fine mean
They
they've
like my mom is still Christian, but she is not
Okay.
religious in the same way. You know,
Okay.
there's like
Okay.
not the same level of like.
So what was your upbringing like?
Very conservative. It was my mom. My mom's a rule follower, so it was like
Okay.
trying to follow the rules of Christianity as this hardcore evangelical church prescribed them. Mm-hmm. And then just like, slowly having that fall apart around me as like, I like stopped believing in free will before I stopped believing in Christianity for a minute.
How do you not believe in free will? Is it
Well,
that's like every
I do now. I need you to know. Okay,
yes,
cool.
Yes, but I'm just imagining.
Well, sort of.
a
It's actually much
world-
more complicated, but that's anyway.
Right. Okay. Everything is predetermined.
Well, so there's a type of religion called Calvinism.
Okay. I feel like I've heard it. I don't know anything about
Okay,
it.
so basically they believe that there's this book of the dead, basically, and everybody's in it, and when you're born, it's already decided where you're going.
Okay.
So everything's predetermined. So the idea is that you've been predetermined to be good, so you have to be as good as possible, kind of thing.
But
I don't know. I'm
wouldn't-
misinterpreting that.
Yeah,
but I
wouldn't
feel
the
like-
logic in that be that if you're predetermined to end in a certain way, what you do is continuously part of the plan. So
Right.
does
So
that even matter?
right, but yeah, I mean, I guess you could, but then they would argue that actually it turns out even though you were born, as someone who should have been in the book, it turns out you weren't in the book. It's so
Plot twist.
It's so justifiable though. You can always
There's
it turns
yeah,
out
yes,
he's a
yes.
deceiver. You know what I
Right.
mean? It's that kind of nonsense.
Okay.
But I found myself so basically it got to a certain point where I couldn't figure out, so like give me that, like a piece of paper there. Give me that. Can I have that piece of paper, please?
This is not technically a piece of paper.
Okay,
I
this
don't have a
also
pen.
voted. No, I'm not gonna write anything on it.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
like
fold it into something.
this is a test I used to do
Okay.
that no one could answer for me in religion stuff, where I would religious like
Okay.
church and other places.
Okay.
I'd be like, hey, so if I put the paper in one of these two hands. This seems like I'm gonna do a magic trick. I wish I was.
Well,
But so like
your magic tricks. They're good.
thanks. Okay, we'll do them later. Oh, as I get drunk, we'll definitely do a
We
magic
will get
trick.
some magic tricks. Okay.
So you don't know which hand I have for the paper in.
I don't.
But if there's an all-knowing God, he knows.
Sure.
So how is there free will if you believe in God?
So wait, what?
How is it like if God knows every decision I'm going to make before I make it, but
But that would mean that I would have to know what God would choose.
no, you don't know you don't have to know anything about what God would choose. I'm saying like in the idea of if you have an all-knowing, omnipotent God, he who's made everything down to the last molecule, it's
Right.
just a play being reenacted.
Yes.
So I couldn't get past that, and the religious stuff was so ingrained in me
Okay.
that the only thing I decided to do at that point was just stop believing in free will because it came up against the thing that was defining my
I feel that makes me sad. I feel like free will is one of the main parts of humanity.
I also started drinking that year, so I don't know how much I was. I think I was coming to a schism with religion. I think is what was happening.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, no.
Okay.
And then like 2 years later, I was like, oh yeah, I'm atheist. I don't need this.
Fair.
Or more specifically, I looked at my grandparents and went, oh, they need this.
Okay. Yeah.
And I went, oh, okay. Well,
And I do feel like I am not against religion at all.
hey,
like,
if you need an ethics system to be defined as like one of the popular ones, that's fine.
or
Oh, we have comments.
Yeah, I'm pointing out that we have a couple comments.
Oh,
okay.
hold
Wait,
on.
I can't see
Here,
that
hold on. We got to go
far.
on our own YouTube. That's what we got to do.
I can't see that far, so you have to read them.
I'll pull up my YouTubes.
Or do you want me to read them?
Matt, I can't tell.
Matt, read us the comments.
Yeah, no, I mean, we have some agreements here about, Baptist from Delaware, that's pretty hardcore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, like this is one of the things that makes me more optimistic about this election than the other ones. Or the other one, is that Kamala Harris hasn't had like a Kamala, sorry.
okay.
Kamala Harris hasn't had a 60-year, or not 60, like a 30-year smear campaign against her. Because like in 1994, I was being told in a church basement about Hillary Clinton was a bad person for a variety, like it came up multiple times that she was bad.
I heard about the Clintons for so long.
Which is crazy.
And I just remember hearing about like the Hollywood elite, like who was it? Like,
when did you break? Like when did you break free? When
I was about 16. So I was born in 92. Again, math. Okay, so that's
Okay.
92, 02, and then plus 8 would be 20. No, that's not right. 16.
2016. Oh, wait, you weren't voting. You weren't rooting for Trump.
It would be.
The
It would
first
have been
time.
Why can't I do this math?
This
You know what?
is really funny.
We're gonna
Collie
let the-
Rain is commenting, and she thinks you're so dang cute.
Kelly, I think you're so dang cute. Ah, you little cutie. I love
Another
Ke-
creator friend
I
of
love
ours
Kelly
tuning in.
Rain.
Oh, there we go. Now I
love-
found. I had to. I
Okay,
had to
wait.
keep
I'm gonna
searching
do
for the
math.
link.
Okay, 1992.
Now it'll
plus
look like 5 people are watching.
16.
Into the Gay.
2008.
2008.
2008 was when I started, and that was Obama.
That's actually
And that's when
yeah.
that was the election where I couldn't vote yet. I was 16, But that was whenever I remember the hatred of Obama and the just vote Republican and just like the heavy like Southern Baptist. And that was when I was kind of like, that was when I got my first like girl crush.
Aw.
And I had a lot of gay friends. And I was like, wait, but these are really wonderful people. And they're just going to hell. And then I also started like, and I was not like, so again, I grew up Southern Baptist, but my family were not free. They were like Creasters, the Christmas Easters.
Oh, yeah.
But
That's such a Southern way of calling it.
I had friends that were also Southern Baptist, and so I went with them every Wednesday for youth night, and every Sunday I went on like the
Wednesday.
retreats.
Got to go to youth group. I went to work camp.
Right. I did all of that, and I started to kind of. It was very much the message of like the woman's role is to serve the husband, and being gay means you're going to hell. And but then it
The
was like,
hits.
but then things were not the other sins and like the divorce, or
Was not treated with nearly the same severity.
I'm like,
yeah.
my uncle got divorced. So, like, what, is he going to hell? It's like, oh, well, no, that doesn't count. And I'm like, okay, so now we're not even playing by any rules. So that was the moment where I was just, like, using my brain and just being like, well, wait, this doesn't make any sense. So now the whole thing has fallen apart.
No, it's whatever makes like old white guys uncomfortable is
Right.
mostly what the
Yeah.
like is. If you want to get into like what the religious standard
Yeah.
is, it's usually because like back a long time ago, it was literally how to keep people alive.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you needed rules like no shellfish, because they didn't know how to like fucking pull the shitty part out of shrimp or cook them properly. So people would like, all of a sudden everybody ate shrimp and everybody started puking. They're like, well, God hates shrimp. That's what we know.
Oh, I don't know about this part of that.
Oh, well, no, the shrimp and pork aren't kosher.
Yeah, no, yes, I know you're not supposed to like.
But because they're harder to prepare, so if you ill-prepare them, it'll make you sick.
Okay,
So they had to make rules about that.
got it. OG pufferfish. I got it. Yeah. So that was kind of like where things started to, and it was weird situations where, you know, I was out to my family and like my grandparents, and there was one day like sticks out in my head forever. Like my grandma, and we'll get to the election soon, but first, time to hear about my really traumatic story. It's not that traumatic. My grandma took me to lunch, and she took me to my favorite lunch place. And, you know, I had come out at that point. And on the way home, you know, I'm feeling good. Got my favorite lunch. And she's just like, it makes me so sad that you're going to hell. And I was like, same.
Same, Graham.
Same. That sucks. But also, like, it's weird that I'm going to hell for violating for committing this sin. But our uncle, who, by the way, started dating his first wife when he was 21 and she was 13.
Hell yeah. There you go. 8 years
8 years.
of fucking
She was
13.
She was 13 and he was
Jesus
21.
Christ.
She was staying
Oh,
over at
man.
the house, and I'm just like, this is. And then they got divorced.
The only place they would look in character is Warped Tour.
And then they got divorced, and so I'm like, it's so crazy to me that me loving another person, I'm going to hell, and yet, old uncle, he's
Terrifying.
He's
Yeah.
all good.
He's playing Oregon Trail
And so,
rules for
yeah,
dating.
so this like succession of things just like started to really unwrap everything. And then I moved to New
But
York
also,
in 2014, and it was like, all right, now I'm out.
Chelsea, if you found out you were going to hell for eating pussy, still worth it.
100% worth it. Would, and again.
Just look at God in the eye as you go down on his fucking wife.
His beautiful creature?
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm sorry for pleasuring one of your creations. Not sorry. What do you want me to do? Not? Have you seen women?
No,
always make that
actually,
argument.
I try to avoid eye contact at all times.
No, never.
No, never.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, David, I agree. Challenging religion always makes you question the rules, then realizing the rules don't make any sense.
They don't make any sense. And, you know, like, And it was also, we're going on tangents now because I feel like there aren't enough.
Well, like,
Oh, okay, I see the chat.
but,
Here
like,
we go.
here's the thing: is like, yeah, Trump won Indiana, and he also won Kentucky, I want to say, and then Harris has won a couple of the little ones up north. But like, this is the part where, do you guys want to just have anxiety thinking about this for the next?
It's gonna be a while.
This is okay. Wait, what did you guys? So for 2016, I had the classic. So I had a comedy show, and then we went from the comedy show to a party. I was gonna go enjoy, and when I went to the party, in between this on the subway ride is where it went fucking south. Like, it was when it turned. Because remember, also a lot of these like southern states that will break for Trump automatically.
Yeah.
That like, so like remember, it always breaks early that way and then slowly comes back.
Right. Yes. Yes.
So
Stop the count. Whenever it's in your favor.
right. But I'm saying like in breaks early, like in like just those states are always gonna, and then California, Nevada, or
Right.
well, Nevada's a swing, but whatever. California, Oregon,
Or you would think
Washington.
like Louisiana.
So like
Right.
so right now it's just like let's talk about stuff like so the election stuff. So that's when it turned.
Yes.
Was when I was on the subway. And I got out of the subway and ran over to my friend's house, and the mood in my friend's house was so bad.
Oh,
Everybody
yeah.
was just like
Morose.
and then for 2020 I knew that it was not going to be solved that night.
Yes.
So I was like, guys, we're all hanging out at one friend's place after our show. We are not looking at the election, and we all end up just doing acid.
We should have done that.
We should have done.
I have to work tomorrow, but we should have done that.
Yeah, I don't know if you can do acid on camera anymore right now.
I don't think so.
Oh,
We can go back to Steve Kornacki whenever. You guys just cue me
Yes,
in,
yeah,
and I
okay.
can turn up the volume on that.
Have you seen you supposedly going to heaven? Who would
Would-
be there? Yeah.
Yeah.
And the deciding factors of who goes where, and it's like, isn't the point of
no, the only reason I don't want to go to hell is because I'm pretty sure that's where my dad is. No, I'm kidding. He's alive, but life can be a hell of your own making.
Yeah. In my religion, I don't. Hell, no.
In my religion, hell no.
In
Yeah.
my religion, hell no. No, it just the different standards by which people apply morality and the need to do certain things in order to gain access to an everlasting life.
Anyway, let's talk about
and also-
patriot and
yes.
hero to all Christians, Donald Trump.
Oh God, I will see.
We're doing a hot take. We're doing a hot take.
So we made.
You can't see it because it's camo. but-
Yes. I love camo jokes. I make them as often as I can. So in the Harris,
You never see them coming.
you never see them coming. In the Harris Walls hat, we put together like a little collection of topics just to fill the gaps.
We got wine drunk last night and started putting those in the hat. So we got preemptively wine drunk before the election.
Guilty as charged. We did, just thinking of things to talk about. Okay. All right, David, I'm going to let you pick this first one.
Okay, I'm picking the first one.
You are picking the first one. Okay. Do a little shuffle.
Do a little shuffle.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Choose wisely.
That's how I do. Celebrity endorsements.
How do you feel about them?
I'm fine with them. I don't know. Make your money. I feel like being a celebrity is not really as much money as it used to be. And if you can... So the interesting thing is I think the thing that people don't think about when they talk about cancel culture, what they're really talking about is society finding you displeasing. Mm-hmm. And therefore...
Well, but the reasons for cancel, I think, have been a range.
There's been a range. No, there's been a range.
Yeah.
But I'm saying in terms of you are no longer able to leverage your image positively is the thing that people talk about.
Right.
So if you're able to leverage your image very well, a la Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds has probably done some shit.
Sure. Well, yeah, and I think more also along the lines of Louis C.K.
Sure. Now we're hot taking.
Dave Chappelle.
Should they be? Well, Chappelle's
I mean,
slowly buying a town in Ohio. He's like buying up that whole town.
There's nothing stopping Dave Chappelle.
Right. Oh, no. But Dave Chappelle also won't be the face of a lot of celebrity endorsements.
Sure.
Neither will Louis C.K.
Now I've segued.
But this is what I'm talking about
okay.
is kind of what I'm saying is like, so like make the money while you can if you've leveraged your character to be appealing to society.
Sure.
Otherwise, you're, like, how far away are we from Dave Chappelle, like, being sponsored by MyPillow?
God. I mean, I think that's a stretch. I don't see that happening. Matt, what are your opinions on celebrity endorsements?
I don't think they mean a damn thing. I don't think they
Wait,
sway
but they're
the scale.
but they're
I don't
humans.
think-
But
they're
they're
humans,
humans.
but like I don't think anyone's gonna. There are a couple. So like I did see something. Let me switch to my cam here to make more sense.
Yeah.
So I did see like some stuff on MSNBC where like, oh, how do you feel about the Taylor Swift endorsement? And then one guy raised his hand and is like, well, no, I have to vote for Harris. And they're like, what? Why? He's like, well, I'm a musician. She's a musician. So I just got to do it. So there is, I'm sure, like a slice of the population that will go along with it. But for the most part, I don't really think it means a whole lot. I mean, when was the last time Oprah's swayed, quote unquote, the election in 2008? But since then, I don't think it's mattered at all.
No, I mean, people kind of know who they want to vote for to a certain degree. I don't like. Do you think like Rogan endorsing? By the way, I took celebrity endorsements as just like advertising money. That's how much of a fucking like. You meant of the politician? Yeah, I mean it kind of matters a little bit.
Yeah, that could be applied more broadly in terms of like
that was
products.
I'm just an idiot.
But
That's all that happens.
But I am thinking of like celebrity political endorsements.
Yeah. I don't know if it really matters at this point anymore. Like I don't think Joe Rogan swinging to Trump is going to change.
Yeah, I will say I think that they matter in terms of when I see an appearance on the stage is different to me than like an endorsement post, because I feel like one is a paid appearance and one is not a paid appearance.
Yeah, for sure.
And I also I really respect when people who have really big platforms use their voice to say something that could potentially lose them fans, thus losing them money.
Yes.
So I give credence to that. I do feel like the celebrity endorsement is also fairly or unfairly coupled with, like growing up, I remember hating the Hollywood elite. And so it's like to have the really wealthy celebrities whose lives may or may not be actually affected by the policy changes. So like, okay, maybe you can't get an abortion in the United States, but if you have the amount of wealth to afford you a private jet to a place that offers abortion so you can actually leave the country, to me it's like it's harder for me to
because everybody loves to believe they're in the special set of circumstances, myself included. I'm sure you get like we all have, so there is that thing that happens with the dissonance in the idea of like, well, this is what it takes to be a good and moral person, and as a wealthy person who is good and moral, I can do these. I will live this way, and everybody should live this way, the way we're going to live. But then they go, and then a specific thing happens where my daughter is pregnant, and it's like, well, but this is a special circumstance.
Mm-hmm. Well, and so one of the comments says it really doesn't matter, honestly, and to an extent, I would agree with that. It doesn't matter, but I will say, Swifties will do anything that Taylor Swift says or does. And so if she has a fan base of however, even if it's one fucking person, and this is a person who says, I'm voting for Harris because Taylor Swift endorsed Harris, that matters to me. That matters. And so I don't want to completely disregard that. It comes with some caveats. It comes with some trade-offs.
It's also, I mean, I guess, yeah, I like, Do we see a Republican Swiftie reaction to her?
No.
Yeah, like Matt, if
She's literally a childless cat lady. Like,
but that's what I'm saying. So I guess that's the thing is like that makes the people who are rah feminism voting for Kamala with Taylor Swift.
But we even have the people who aren't rah feminism. There are.
But I guess I get what you're saying. They're just coming out. They're supporting because Taylor Swift told them to. Because normally they wouldn't have.
Whether we like it or not, there is a significant number of individuals, I believe, I don't know if this is true, but I believe that have not been able to form their own opinions yet, and they're so influenced by the people that they idolize, and they let that influence their decision making. And so you know what? If there are however many people where this is their first time election and Taylor Swift told them to vote Harris, so they're going to vote Harris. Like, I hope that you can learn to form your own. But she used her platform, and that added votes.
I absolutely
matters.
like when an artist uses their platform to stand up
Yes.
for what they believe in, and I think we're seeing right now the effects of people like doing. I'm glad people are endorsing candidates and stuff, whether it makes a
difference or not.
Well, so it does feel like personally, it seems like what the general election people have chosen to do, like the campaign, is like court, like, and try and pull 3% of sane Republican voters again, instead of trying to like court their actual demographic.
Yeah. Ugh. It's complicated. Okay, next topic.
Do I want to check in to see on?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We could do that for a minute. Yeah.
Let's pull in the
They're also
old.
going to depend on it here, Cumberland County, where Fayetteville is. So core Democratic areas. And we're also tonight going to be looking sort of in the eastern part of North Carolina. This could be key. These are a lot of rural counties and smaller counties that have substantial black populations. And these are counties, a lot of these Barack Obama either won in 2008 when he became the last Democrat to carry North Carolina, or he came close to winning. And since then, the numbers have come way down for
My friend was
Democrats.
asking if they could call
think
in.
they can get the turnout up here this year.
Do we have a
We're going to
call-in
be paying
feature?
attention to those counties as they come in. But again, statewide right now in North Carolina, very early. That's what you see with just over 100,000 votes. And we'll just check back in on Georgia, and we are still about where we left off there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're back in. We're talking.
We're talking. We're
Yeah,
chatting.
Vermont.
I
Harris
know.
is winning. That's the only one she's won so far.
Usually I don't
Decisively.
vape on camera, but I'm
Uh-oh.
anxious. I know. There's no hiding it.
What is that, like an aesthetic choice?
No, it's just an addiction.
Trying to be a role model?
It's just an addiction, yeah.
No,
I
I
don't-
meant not doing it on camera.
Oh, also yes. Yeah. Okay.
Did you show off the balloons?
Oh shit! I have to show. Okay. So, David is now an artist in the art of balloon making, and we have a penis. Get the full view here, and a vagina. A vagine. That's reversible.
Well, you have to flip the clip.
Oh yeah, you have to flip the clit. Flip the clit.
I feel like this is the wrong. This is the opposite of with ASMR. This is the opposite.
It's the opposite of ASMR. I know.
I'm just gonna
like,
play with some
I'm
balloons.
just gonna play with some balloons. And flip the clit. That makes me really uncomfortable even just doing that. I don't like that. I don't even like hearing it. I'm not an ASMR person.
Yeah, wait. Where does ASMR fall with balloon rubbing?
I'm
Is
sure
that-
there are people who like balloon rubbing and like
Yeah.
styrofoam rubbing. Oh, I dated a guy who hated the sound of the styrofoam rubbing together. No, I don't like that. I don't want you to do that anymore. I don't like that. Okay, Matt, would you like to pick our next topic?
Pick a good
I'm
one.
giving it a good shake.
Okay. Let's
Okay.
see here. Are you a polls person? Well, polls in this case being POLLS.
Yes.
Yeah, I do. I'm fine with Polish people. I'm
I
not,
was- and
I'm not fine with the slang you
And
use
my
to
head
describe
went to
them.
strippers.
Oh, you fine with Poles? Yeah.
I went to stripper. You went to Polish, and now we're actually talking about political polls.
Yeah. No, they seem like also people don't trust them anymore at all. Like, I mean, like as like a concept, like they feel like bad, like they can't trust giving their answer to the pollster.
I've never answered a poll in my life.
Wait.
I also don't answer phone calls. But I also feel like that's representative of a lot of millennials.
That's true too.
So
it might just
I'm
be
not
older
gonna,
people
I'm not
answering
gonna,
the
I'm
call.
not going to trust the polls if I've never participated in a poll.
That's
And I'm sure they have like science and like math or like whatever. But
well. Also, after the last
yeah, 2016, everyone is fucking scarred.
yeah,
You
nobody
know?
in our
I don't.
generation
I don't.
trusts polls
I
anymore.
hear polls like the biggest poll
Nate
that I
Silver could
believed
suck
in,
one of these.
right, was the seltzer and seltzer.
Oh,
poll.
yeah.
That because she was like, look, our methodology is posted. I just go by the data. This is what we see, and you know she's considered like the outlier queen. But
I saw Outlier Queen at a drag show one time. She was great.
was she performing on the edge? Yes.
No, she was strictly within the bounds. It was ironic.
Fair. Okay. All right. I'm gonna do the next one.
All right. Yeah, I don't trust big data.
I just said the poll. I can't. I've never answered a fucking poll in my life. Okay.
But I like that your answer you don't believe it because it's so personal. All right.
Yes, but I attribute that personal anecdote as
Proof. Yeah.
yeah. I feel like that could be applicable to many
For sure.
many
Yes.
a one like me. Okay.
Absolutely.
We got a hot topic here. Elon Musk.
They literally that lottery he did where they're like doing the $1 million. They literally just picked the people. It wasn't a lottery.
No, they were in court today, and Musk's attorneys argued that no, it wasn't actually a lottery. It's considered a salary, and we were giving it to the people who were pre-chosen who we
To represent
thought
the
would,
brand.
right?
Yeah,
to
yeah,
best.
yeah.
So it's like, oh no, we didn't
a
grift
casting
you.
call.
We didn't grift you this way. We grifted you this way.
That's so funny to be like.
It's so.
They did their first casting call.
No, but he won.
Get on. Yeah, no, he did win.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
They figured out
judge
the legal
ruled in
argument.
favor, and so he had his last million salary lottery, but it's not actually a lottery. It's just this. What fucking world are we living in here?
I mean, it is just like, it's a thing where he's just going, well, if you guys don't like me, then fine. I'll go take my
not
fall.
fine. I'm gonna alter the biggest social media platform that I bought, and I'm gonna try and make you like me. And even if you block me, haha, I've undone the block feature. So it's just like it's just like the most insane pick me behavior.
It's a petulant child.
It's so crazy. And then finding out that like when he's on stage and like doing his little jumps, he's trying to make an X.
Is that what he's trying to do?
I'm like, are we in
Is that the
Napoleon
branding he's
Dynamite
doing?
too? Like, what the fuck is happening?
He does scare me though, because there's the problem that like he's like, we did put brain chips in people's heads.
Yes.
Through his company.
Well, and I do not want to discount his EV game.
Well,
which,
sort
and to be fair,
of
it's the people
is-
that he's hired.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
him.
Also, just real quick, what about polls and product reviews in Amazon? How do we feel about those? I'm for those.
Wait, say it again.
Sorry, I'm going back to the comments real quick.
Oh my God. The amount of spam calls, has ruined. No, I don't answer my phone. I if it's not a number, and if I'll be honest with you, a lot of times if it is a number I recognize, I still don't answer.
No, I know that
And
hurt
I
my
have
feelings.
like, stop! You've never fucking called me. I won't answer. And like I have my bedtime setting from like 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. So I don't even
That's
receive
fair.
anything. At
Although
that
most of the
point.
polling does happen while people are sleeping.
That's fair.
We all
the
know
amount
that.
of fucking texts that I've gotten from Kamala herself. In the hundreds. And the problem is that they send you a text from one number, and so even if you hit stop to end,
Nope, does not matter.
it comes from another number like 30 seconds later, and it's like, Chelsea, stop. This is the most important text you'll ever receive in your entire life. Please, we are going to match your donation by 12,000%. If you don't do this in the next 30 seconds, we're all going to die. I'm like, I can't deal with this pressure.
Yeah, and it's just
I'm
Kamala
very-
Harris asking for $30.
Kamala.
Sorry.
Like Mamala.
Mamala.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, Matt, you didn't comment on Elon Musk. I had a lot more to say, but I don't feel like getting
Elon
into-
Musk. God, we can keep coming back to him. He's the
Um,
hit that you can keep on punching.
I honestly, like, the one conviction that this guy had was that he was the climate change person, right? So he left the Trump administration the first time. He was like on the business board, if you guys remember. And then when Trump pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord, he's like, that's it. He doesn't believe in climate change. He doesn't accept the science. I can't do this anymore. And now that was the one thing that he had left in terms of like, okay, he became a fuckboy. He the usual greedy billionaire, evil billionaire stuff. But the one thing that he had was that he had conviction about climate change. And now with Trump,
No cares.
yeah, like what
No
doesn't
fucks.
matter. Doesn't matter anymore. So I gave up on him.
Wow. Thank you
Yeah.
for your service.
To me,
I mean-
it's like I'm not mad.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
I am disappointed because he has made so many advances scientifically and again in like the climate aspect and like his electric vehicles, and it felt like it's a weird mix of like progressive until it's not. And I just like I
I
can't.
mean, it just seems like a guy who's just like being like, well, fine, if you guys don't like me, well, then I'll join the other side because they do like me.
But apparently, either him or someone he has appointed has incredible hiring power because of the advances that like SpaceX has made.
Well,
I can't deny that.
But it's the thing of what ends up happening is if you have limitless money, you can fail upwards by just committing to projects, and some of them will work.
Right.
That's what happens. It's like do you know how many ideas I have for things that I can't do because I don't have $1,200 to just throw at a project in a moment? Like, and that's
Yeah.
what we're seeing is we're watching people who are smart. Like, generally, Elon Musk is a smart person.
Sure.
But, like, intelligence doesn't have anything to do with morality or any other, or, like, being able to make a fucking joke or put any, like, you know, coherence of humanity together.
Also, like, labeling himself as dark MAGA. What is that? MAGA's already fucking dark enough. Like, what are you talking about?
No,
what are you
MAGA's
talking-
against dark,
What are
mostly.
you talking about? Like, it's just... All right.
Dark MAGA is such a silly, like,
Let's-
you got to
let's-
be the cool guy. in
Let's
it.
go. Let's go to a new topic. Elon Musk.
Oh man, it's so
sucks.
funny. He paid to put himself with like The Simpsons and Rick and Morty, and still couldn't be cool.
He bought the one of the biggest like textual platforms in the world and just has turned it. And it's so interesting. Like I remember even up until like a week ago, while I was consistently flooded with like right-wing ads, there's
classics.
there's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
button where you can click it and hit not interested in this
Yeah,
post, and
yes.
it goes away. And
not
now,
on Instagram or not
now-
on Twitter.
now, well, no, I'm talking about Twitter.
That's what. Yeah.
I was able to do that. And then now I realize in the last few days, even when you click not interested in this ad, it doesn't go away. And so it's just like,
Oh, that's it. Just yeah. Of course, he's rigged his own social media site.
it's,
Like that's the thing is when he eventually gets like. That's why he's so invested in being on Trump's side of this, is because if Trump isn't elected, they will go into investigating Twitter for
well,
all these like
he literally
fraud.
said, if Trump loses, I'm going to prison. And so that's like, oh,
that like
why?
what a good reason to vote.
Why? Why are you going to prison, Elon? Okay. Do we want to do a little wine top off? And
Let's
then...
do a wine top off
Okay.
for sure.
All right. BRB.
Sorry, I saw my friend a text.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so my friend will text you.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's do another.
We're doing more hot takes.
Let's do another hot take.
The polls are closing soon in 8 p.m. lands.
Yes, in 8 p.m. lands, polls are closing.
Community. First of all, love the TV show Community. If you guys haven't seen it, it's a top 3 show for me.
I have seen it.
Big
and
fan.
Agree. It's great.
It's great. No more. Building community. It is a thing that like I think I've been trying to do more of as I've gotten older.
Mm-hmm.
Is like figure out where the communities are in your neighborhoods. Like get to know your neighbors to a degree is such a thing that we don't do now, and is such a way to have like slightly differing opinions with people who you still respect overall. And like we talk about like the erosion of the third space is like a thing where people just get stuck in these bubbles of they hang out with the same 8 people who have the same 8 opinions.
Yeah. Well, and you attract what those who are in alignment with you. So it can be easy to kind of think that you're in a community with different perspectives, but yet you're just around people that reflect you.
Yeah, you can be in a bubble very easily.
Yeah. Matt, I feel like this was your card. Yeah. So
it's because you're a big Dan Harmon fan.
No, I'm thinking about like which way this election goes. How will it affect our communities? And that can mean either your local community, your adopted family, your friends, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Wow. The polls are closing. 5, 4, 3. An election alert is happening. Oh no. 1. We're just getting word now. The polls have closed.
For the 8 p.m.
For the 8 p.m.
closers.
For like those of them in the later.
Oh God.
Will it just make this noise for us when MSNBC is, or is this the noise MSNBC is playing right now?
I'm like I don't know when commentary is gonna happen.
So is he
I
just
think-
like making
I think
notes?
This is just like this is the stream version. So so broadcast television is cutting all this out, but there's just a live stream going of Steve Kornacki
just having
during his
thoughts.
bullshit.
Oh, okay. Now this makes more sense.
I'm into it.
Okay. So yeah, no,
So
I
and
just
then
was doing.
the next poll now closes in 30
Wow,
minutes.
Alabama going towards Trump. That
Okay, but it says 0% in, so that feels insane to put up there.
yeah, but I think that's just kind of saying but also DC's going for Kamala, the 0% in.
If I have
Wow,
to say Kamala to you,
Kamala.
like Mamala,
Mamala. All right.
David. What if everybody just called you David?
I literally I tell people David or Dave does not matter to me just based on syllables. If someone to call me David, I'd assume they were Spanish, that I'd respect their identity.
All right. No comment. All right.
Oh, Trump's winning Florida so early? That's gross.
70%. Yeah, 70%. That feels like fine to put the projected winner. Okay.
Yeah, he's so confident, and that's what people love about Florida.
Okay. Oh. All right.
Evangelicals?
Evangelical.
God, what have we not said already?
I know. I feel like we covered a lot of the evangelical.
I mean, it is funny though. Like,
did you see the Evangelicals for Harris ad?
no,
It's pretty good.
I did. But let's pull that up. Let's pull up
Yeah,
the
can
Evangelicals.
we pull up the Evangelical for Harris ad? I feel like this would be a good thing.
Continue talking out.
Okay. Well,
I can't quite opine on it as I'm not familiar enough really with like what the belief system and
but sure. But I'm saying with the like Harris Trump stuff, it is still funny that like Trump is the evangelical candidate. Like, it is just it's honestly it's boring at how big the deviation is. Like, if you wrote it into a script, people would be like, this is bad writing.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
I feel like maybe we've talked about this before.
I don't, maybe.
Something that you're saying is like ringing a bell, or maybe I've heard a similar.
But it's just,
argument.
it's like, it's hard to even comment on because it's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's like the 3-time abortion porn star person is the pride of the evangelical group. And that just seems like it's just such insanity.
Yeah.
All right, here, let's
Okay.
watch.
Is this is the ad?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Billy Graham, sorry.
Billy Graham. Okay. Okay. Let's watch this. Evangelicals for Harris.
Been to the cross and said, Lord, I have sinned. I'm sorry for my sin. I'm willing to change my way of life.
Have you ever asked God for forgiveness? That's a tough question. I'm not sure I have. I don't bring God into that picture. I don't.
What? That is, it's her. Wow.
Shit, simple.
Be sure to subscribe to the Jim Heat channel for...
That's not the one that I was thinking of, I don't think.
But that's still like such a, like, to have that, like, I don't even remember. But that's the thing is, like, it doesn't matter what he says. It really is just like a fuck you, I won't do what you tell me thing. And it's like, I don't know, it sucks to feel like you have to work to get Harris elected. Like,
well, because the bar is so different. Like the bar for Trump resides at Earth's core, and the bar for Harris is,
is a regular political bar.
Yeah, is at 30,000 feet.
It's a regular political bar. It
right.
should like it.
So
like,
it just like feels insane. Like, what do we? I don't know. Maybe there's something. Maybe I saw that in a dream or something. I don't fucking know. But all right, evangelicals. Okay.
they're the fucking.
Matthew, would you like to pull a hot take card?
For the record, I also don't like evangelical atheists. I think they're really exhausting
Wait,
too.
that feels like a paradox.
No, people who are so like
Or an oxymoron.
vehemently atheists that they like vehemently like atheists that they like get really mad all the time about, or they're just like like they're it's like, well, that doesn't do anything either. Raging about how God doesn't exist.
Yeah. I don't know.
You guys go ahead. I'm working on something
Oh,
technical.
okay.
All
All
right.
right. I'm going to pick the next one.
Pick the next one.
All right. Oh, God. I feel like this was a Matt one. Okay. Yep. It was. Flat Earthers.
Forum. What? I don't know. Like,
Silly?
yeah, a B.O.B. is a flat earther, right?
There's this infamous.
I love celebrity flat earthers.
There's
Yeah.
an infamous a clip or quote unquote documentary of someone who he's a flat earther and he's trying to prove his theory with like a camera and like a cardboard circle, and then another cardboard circle with like the same radii,
Okay.
whatever, however many feet away, and then when he does the experiment, he proves himself wrong.
Yeah. How does he respond after that?
And also like we have like telescopic images of the Earth from space and other planets from space, and it just it's silly.
Okay, yeah, well, hold on. So I'm looking up this now.
Okay.
Celebrities who are flat earthers. Number one on the list, Shaquille O'Neal.
There is no fucking way that Shaquille O'Neal is a flat earther. Are you serious right now?
It's he said on the big podcast with Shaq, the Earth is flat. I don't.
Well, if it's on the internet, it's true.
This is Ranker. I don't know, like Kyrie Irving.
That feels what?
B.O.B.
What is
Tila
that?
Tequila. Oh, flat earther Tila Tequila.
I knew that one for sure.
Tila Tequila.
She's also pro-Trump.
She also. Oh God, I can't.
Well,
I can't,
this is the point that
I
I was.
can't
that
get
I was,
on a Tila Tequila.
This is the point that I was
Please get on
making with
Tila
it.
Tequila rant.
Is
Please.
there's like three departments of Trump supporters. I feel like there is there's the isolationists, which are like the what's her face from Hawaii, Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and which brings in a lot of like independents and some Democrats who are like staunchly anti-war, and he thinks that his isolationism is a signal to like an America First agenda. So there's this that America First isolationist. Then there's the conspiracy theorists, the QAnon, the flat earthers, and that's the RFK Jr. kind of Trump supporter. And then there's the evangelicals, MAGA supporters that are in it for like they know his background, they know all of his sins, but for the greater good of God, they need this man in office no matter what he does.
Truly, just it's incredible.
So that was sort of the reason why I put that in the hat was like, oh, this is another tip to another form of a Trump supporter.
But by the way, do you know who's after Telic Tequila? George Bernard Shaw.
Not on my bingo card.
Are we all just sheep who've been tricked by actual pictures of outer space? George Bernard Shaw thought so. He reportedly said we are more gullible and superstitious today than we were in the Middle Ages. Example of modern credulity is the widespread belief that the earth is round. The average man can advance not a single reason for thinking the earth is round. He merely swallows this theory because there's something about it that appeals to the 20th century mentality.
Except, does
who had George Bernard Shaw on the flat earther list?
I did not. I didn't have that. Okay.
Do you think he's voting for Trump?
Yes.
After he
We have to
died
move on.
in 1950?
Oh, then no.
Do you know he wrote The Pygmalion, which is what's it called?
I've heard of this. I have not read it.
It's but you've seen the musical. It's My Fair Lady, is the musical about it.
I also have not seen that.
Do you know what it is?
I've heard of it. Yes.
Do you know
Yeah.
what
I've heard of My Fair Lady, and I've heard of George Bernard Shaw, and I've just meaning I've heard those audible sounds together.
He's but
I
it's
don't
like
know
it's like
anything
an
about
old
it.
playwright.
Okay.
It's weird that an old playwright was like, you know what? There's two things I know.
By
There's
the
a proper
way-
way to speak English, and that
And
the earth is flat.
All right, Matt, are you ready to take another hot take?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm noticing it's a lot of sports players that believe in flat Earth theory.
It's weird because there are pictures.
Oh, mainstream media.
Talking about the real people trying to convince you the Earth is round.
Yeah. All right. Thoughts?
Oh,
Mainstream media?
Yes.
It's fine. I don't know. It's bad. So it's all just built around the idea of capitalism, of just getting your eyes attached to it for as long as possible. Like, my grandparents weren't right-wing people at all, but I did watch, just watching nothing but network news rot their brains out. And it didn't matter that they were, for, quote-unquote, whatever side I believe in. Mm-hmm. It just fully, they were just like, it's gonna be bad. And I'm like, why are you watching the news? The things that it's talking about literally will not affect you.
Well, and my family is the type that has Fox News on 24/7.
That's still mainstream media.
That's mainstream. That is. So it's like the irony in the attack on mainstream media when Fox News is mainstream media.
They're outsiders. They came from the 80s.
I do also. I have. And another reason that kind of lends to my distrust of the polls is that it helps mainstream media to have such a tight election to where you wanted to. And I am a political junkie. I watch the news when I wake up and I'm getting ready for work. And then when I get home, I'm tuning in. I've got my favorite anchors. I'm in
serious.
it. I'm in it. I am fully attuned to it. I do see.
It's not showing here, but
I'm a product of that of the Tide poll, even though I don't fucking believe in polls. But I'm a product of it. I'm so invested. I want to hear what's being said, and
no, it's a really it's a very hey, Kamala Harris, Massachusetts. Kamala. Listen, I've read it more times than I've ever said it.
Well, now we're here. It's okay.
Yeah, or people are correcting me when I've said it. I'm
Two
glad.
biggies.
Okay.
So we set this up earlier. Oakland County. Remember, this is gigantic suburbia, high income, high concentration of college degrees right outside Detroit. Now, what you're getting here again in Michigan, they overhauled elections completely this time around. So for the first time in Michigan, they have early in-person voting. A lot of people taking advantage of that. There's also vote by mail. And I think what you're looking at, it's going to vary in Michigan tonight. Unlike some of these other states, there's not a lot of uniform rules here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out. But in Oakland, I suspect just based on this margin, you're looking at a lot of vote by mail, early vote here. But remember, we said at the start of the night, the test we're going to be applying all night, one of them is to compare Oakland County to its a neighbor to the east, Macomb County. Big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb, white-collar suburbia in Oakland. And the Democrats, what they're aiming for here in Oakland County, again, look how big this is. You know, 750,000 votes were cast here in 2020.
It's looking
Biden
good.
won this thing by 14 points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again. This was a big jump for Biden, you know, over 2016 for Clinton. Clinton had won it by single digits. Biden got it to 14. If Harris is in that ballpark tonight, if she's in that double digit or higher a ballpark in Oakland, she's got to be feeling very good.
Well, but like, do you think?
I'm pleased.
Well, no, but that's just from one county. Like, so this is 2% total of. But
so
and
that's
it's
why
just
it's
coming
like
from,
that's why I fucking hate this projected winner shit. Like,
well, it's all
it's 7, and I get it's like.
Well, look at Oklahoma. Also, I've been to Oklahoma, and trust me,
Totality. I understand the perspective of totality. I can wrap my head around that. I just to say projected winner, like, but it's 16%. Like, what are we doing here?
Okay, so I guess the thing is, if you think about it, so 16% comes in of the votes, and 70% of the 16% you got went to one candidate. You might go, I'm going to bet a lot of them. Now, I could be wrong, but based on what I know about the other counties and how they voted, there's not going to be enough of a swing to justify the 70% that's come in.
It's math. You know, they do a combination of exit polls, and which is they poll people coming out of the polling station. They're okay. How did you land up voting? And then
right, but people can also lie.
No, they didn't.
But people can lie.
South Carolina's coming in for Trump.
It's scientific, though.
But
there's math involved.
Okay, so you are scientifically including people lying?
Well, but people aren't lying in the same way at the exit poll.
Wives of husbands.
That's true.
What about that?
So when has a projected winner been wrong?
We can't. But see, we're operating on different standards than any that we have had previously.
Chelsea,
and so when you do exit polls and you have a husband and a wife and they're both saying they voted for Trump, but then the wife secretly vote, or even vice versa. So I'm just like, again, I can't.
Well, that's why they're not calling it directly on the exit polling.
But that's why I don't like this projected winner bullshit. Like, okay, this is how everybody has voted in the past, but we are in a very different election cycle than we have been before.
Sure, but if someone's won 77% of the
of
result,
13%,
yeah, then chances are
okay. But you've taken like what the
counties
that the
they're
counties
doing the
that
math
have,
based on projected results of the years before. That,
but again, this is not like years before.
That's true, and things do shift. Like that's why, like 31% is in Virginia, and it's too close to call. So that's why they're not calling it yet, even though 31% is in, or like 20% of Vermont's in, and they're like, yeah, that's going Harris.
I gotta see more. I have to see more.
You know what? Listen, Chelsea, I'm happy you're on the side of there might be voter fraud. We have to check.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
No, I don't.
I'm
teasing,
okay.
I'm teasing,
Okay,
I'm teasing,
I don't believe in that. I just believe in that. Like there are people who are registered as one party and will be voting another party.
Georgia too close. North Carolina, Pennsylvania too early. So they are like the ones that are close are coming in close.
Sure. Yeah.
And I wonder how much they have of the percentages for that. Oh, the polls person question. Projected winners throw people off?
It throws me off. Well, but I don't buy it.
It's also one of those things where sometimes this like like this swing like convinces people to like drive out and go vote in like California.
Well, if you're not in line by now, I mean, like.
Well, not everywhere is gonna have a line.
Oh, but that's fair. I didn't have a line.
Exactly.
I mean,
Oh,
I had
did-
I had a little bit of a line,
I
but it
voted
was
early.
like, yeah, I voted Sunday, and it like wasn't crazy. There was a little bit of a line, but it was very smooth.
Oh, I was like, wait,
I don't.
what
I don't,
Johnson
I don't-
is getting 3%?
1% of Alabama, and then we have a projected winner because of one
You see
because
this
one
come
county
in.
has
But
turned
Trump
in.
falling short of that number again. Democrats would like to chip away, get that down
I
to
mean,
60.
I'm
Why?
assuming
Why
these
say
guys
projected
Something like that.
winner?
There's a number of big suburbs in the state.
'Cause
There are
they're
some of
operating
which,
under a high
outside
certainty.
Raleigh, where that
It's
is
math.
I'm
that's the
operating
story. It's a core
on that.
Republican, but does it get
So
a little
this
bit
Connecticut
less so?
1% in.
So again, statewide
She's
now
won
in North
80%,
Carolina,
but it's
sort
still
of
too
early to
scattered,
call.
as you can see in these different counties.
But it's also 605 to 90.
Statewide right now, 4 points. And again, we talk about this. Let's just take a look. Because we've got some, yeah,
don't know.
I'm
I
checking
don't
these.
like-
to see.
I love the
One
idea
thing
that they
I'm looking
projected
for here,
Harris
we've
to
got
win
Anson
D.C.
County,
before the
has
polls
a-
really
let's
close.
take a
They're
look
just
at
like,
this.
0% in
Significant
Kamala
Florida
She's got it.
population.
That
It is
doesn't
one of the
stop.
stories
Like,
in
why
North
are you
Carolina,
doing
the
that?
Democrats in counties with large black
Florida.
Florida's
think they can improve the
83%
turnout, they can
in.
improve Democratic margins
I'm
in
not
some
surprised
cases,
about
maybe
Florida.
flip some of them. So we do have 3/4. It's very small, but this is the
I
kind of
can't
county
believe
we're gonna
the
be looking
state
at. There's
that
a
voted for
lot
Al
of them
Gore
in rural
number.
eastern North Carolina. Not much to
Oh, we
show you
watched
right
recently
now,
that
but with
movie.
large black
What was the
populations,
movie?
Barack Obama was
Bowling
the
for
last
Columbine.
Democrat to carry
Recount.
North Carolina.
Recount.
He carried some of those.
Recount.
Recount is the HBO movie.
Oh, yeah,
with
yeah.
Kevin Spacey.
classic.
Yeah, I had to kind of put away some morals to watch that one. I factored it into it's a separating the art from the artist sort of thing.
I mean, how long he was in that? That was like a recent movie, wasn't it? Or
No,
No.
this was like 20 years ago.
oh, okay, that's good then.
Well, he's
All
still
right.
a shitty person.
He was still shitty then.
I didn't want to give him my like 0.01 cents of streaming, but then I was like,
You think he's still getting residuals from Recount, the HBO movie from 20 years ago?
I don't
Yeah,
fucking
probably.
know.
Yeah, okay.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, why would he not?
Yeah. I had to like sit down and like decide if I wanted to watch the
Do you think
movie.
Joe Rogan cashes his news radio checks? His residuals from news radio?
Do you think he still cashes his Fear Factor checks?
Yeah, absolutely.
For sure.
You need that money.
For sure.
That's elk money.
Got that Fear Factor money. All right, let's do a new topic.
Hot topic.
Hot topic. I want to pick one of mine.
All right, pick one of yours.
I don't actually know how. Mine are folded small. Okay, here we go. Let's see if this one is one of mine.
All right, let's see if this is yours.
Okay, it's not. Oh God. RFK Jr.
I'm pro bear, so I'm anti RFK. How's he doing in the election? Has he won any votes?
He's still on the ballot.
Yeah.
In some states. That's such a funny concept to me.
How do you feel about Maryland going to Harris with 10 votes, or with 0% in?
Again,
1% Massachusetts.
You know how I feel? I think it's stupid. It's stupid.
Okay.
Why are we projecting Kamala as the winner with 1% in?
Why do you hate math so much?
Because I don't
just math.
understand it.
It's
Because I don't know how to do it.
So you just hate the things you don't understand. All right, okay,
That's not
checks
true.
out.
Wow, I have a candidate you should vote for.
RFK Jr.
Yeah.
Okay.
God, man.
Sick burn.
It is crazy that the guy.
Am I crazy for thinking that it's crazy to project a winner when you have 1% of the vote in? I don't think so.
Well,
Based on math and
I mean,
previous
wait,
elections
wait.
and registrations.
Matt, can we pull? I feel like there might be a YouTube video about this that we could learn something.
About
I cannot wait
about what exactly?
to hear the
Like
search
why
term.
they call polls so early, or why can they
Well-
call? I feel like actually that, or maybe not a video article or something.
There's probably an infographics I can
Yeah.
pull up. So yeah, give me a couple minutes on that.
But that's fine.
Right,
I'm
but
just-
these
I'm
are
just-
but the
yeah.
infographics and those are based on the past.
No,
we
no,
can
no,
all
I'm talking
agree.
about an infographic of how they're doing the polling.
Fine, but the information that they're doing the polling is based off of prior results, is it not?
Well, so that's what I'm. So what I'm saying is, I agree that we should figure out how they're doing the polling, where they did not the polling, but how they're doing the figuring out that they can call it with 1% or 0%. Because I bet.
But
other people have asked
regardless,
this.
they're not making the assumptions on the present election.
Well, no,
They're
but,
just
but I'm
not.
just but I don't. I'm also saying I don't know how they're deciding this.
Okay, let's see.
I'm
Let's
assuming
see if
there's
we can
some
get to
math.
the bottom of this.
So how did election night become media science?
I just have questions.
By the way, I know, but you're responding in the same way. Like, I just have questions is the same thing like Trump supporters say when they're when they want to talk about gender. Like, I just have a lot of questions that are not being answered right now.
But I want my answer. I want my questions answered.
We're doing it. That's the goal.
Okay, but to align me with like the
I have
Well,
no
responses
idea.
of Trump supporters feels kind of crazy because
Like you got defensive. Your whole body posture got defensive when we were like, let's find out the answer why they figured this out.
I would.
Everybody on TV keeps saying projected winner.
I don't know who this
I
woman
know
is.
it's stressful,
This is me.
but I need you to be calm.
She's got
Declaring
great.
a winner in a presidential election isn't magic. It's not guessing. It's facts and math. I'm going to show you. First, you have to understand, you have never, ever, ever, ever known the official winner of a presidential election on election night. The election results do not become official until the votes are certified in every single state. And that never happens on election night. That always happens days or weeks later. What you're actually used to is the media projecting or calling a winner on election night. So how do they do that? Well, when we talk about television, the big media outlets like ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, CNN, and the AP, along with some major newspapers, all work together.
All the
I'm talking about
networks.
thousands and thousands of professional
So
journalists
mass media
on the ground
in a conspiracy.
gathering this data and reporting it in real time from every state. Projections are made using a combination of tested methods based on several things like raw vote count totals that come directly from elections officials in every single county and district. In some cases, but not all, exit polling and modeling data that tallies votes that have already been counted and votes that are still left to be counted, and historical election data from those counties and districts. Now, the AP, the Associated Press, has been in the business of calling elections since 1848. Of course, the methods of calling these elections have evolved and become more sophisticated since then, but the system works. Responsible journalism organizations do not make a call or projection in any race unless they are 99.999% sure that the second place candidate has no mathematical chance of winning. It's math and facts. You know what it's not? Feelings. Feelings and pre-election polling
Never
has
fucking
absolutely
said
nothing
it was
to do
feelings.
with this.
Never
Keep in
Don't
mind,
argue with the
feelings.
video,
no race
Chelsea.
can be
Don't argue with
called.
the video.
No projected winners
They
can be
can't come back
declared
at you.
until the polls close in a state. And
not arguing
polls
with the video,
close
I'm
in
arguing-
waves
or,
based
like,
on
arguing with
time
y'all.
zones throughout the country throughout the night. That's why you can get some East Coast projections before you get the West Coast projections. Now, here's why I'm going to hold your hand.
Don't
And I'm
touch
going
me.
to tell you, it's very possible that we are not going to have even a projected winner on election night.
But they
And
can
there's nothing
project
wrong with
winners in
that.
states with
That doesn't mean
1%
there's fraud.
in.
That doesn't mean there's cheating. It just means votes are being counted, checked, double checked, triple checked, so elections officials and the media don't make a mistake. In 2020, we didn't know even the projected winner until 4 days after the election. And infamously, in the year 2000, the presidential race wasn't called for 36 days, and it took the Supreme Court to step in. So you're probably thinking, what if the media gets the projection wrong? Historically, they don't. But there is one famous instance of one media outlet screwing up in 1948 when a newspaper got ahead of itself and declared Republican governor of New York, Thomas Dewey, had defeated the incumbent Democratic president, Harry Truman. Of course, when all the votes were counted, overnight, by the way, Harry Truman actually won that election. And then there's this famous photo of Truman holding up the headline that says he lost, and he's laughing. The fact is, the Associated Press's accuracy rate when projecting races is over 99.9% accurate. If there are questions or votes still left to be counted and questions about those outstanding votes in any given race, a responsible media outlet will not project anything. And you should probably be very, very skeptical of anybody that's making a projection when things are officially too close to call. So if you want a scorecard to keep track of not only this presidential race, but every single House
Yeah,
and
do a
Senate
sell-
race
sell
on
your-
the ballot
sell your
this
thing.
year, Make sure to pick up my
Yeah.
2024 election guide. Just follow these easy
Lisa had,
steps.
like, 3
And
million.
a digital download.
She's
Thank
serious.
God Professor Projection explained it all to me yesterday when that's not even applicable to what I'm talking about.
You're saying that women, you're saying that there's a large enough amount of women lying in front of her husbands.
She didn't address what I'm talking about. And while I am speaking about women voting against their husband, I am also speaking about registered Republicans who are defecting to Democrats. And while yes, there might be the reverse, and also I will recognize that like my social media is my algorithm shows me for the most part what I want to see. However, on Twitter, the amount of right-wing shit that I get pushed, no matter how many times I say not interested in this ad, not interested in this post, every time I select that. And so it's 1%.
But I guess, no, but see, here's what I'll say is like 8% in on PA, and it's 71% towards Harris, 27% towards Trump.
Why is it too early to call there? But in Alabama, 1%. He's the projected winner.
They're doing historic polling data.
But this is not similar to history.
So the historic polling data is one element that they balance and they weigh.
I understand a
factor.
I understand the factor that it represents.
But they're getting all these votes in, and it's so heavily leaning one way.
Oh, you mean all of the 1% of votes?
Yeah, 1% of. But it's.
Well, the thing that they're looking at is not what is the official count. So they're not the exit polls, for example, they're not votes, but it's part
so
of
they're projecting on not votes.
It's part of the math
okay.
that they're projecting that isn't part of the. It's not a vote, but it's the poll taken after
history.
the vote.
Here's what I'll say that's exciting is North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Kansas are all leaning Harris.
I'm not going to feel confident. I don't think any of those should project Harris as a winner.
They have not. They're
right.
leaning. They're leaning.
Okay. 85% Donald Trump projected winner in Florida. Fine. That feels substantial enough to project, but 1%?
Well, but okay, so I guess.
Can we pick another hot topic? Because I think that we're just not going to align here, and that's fine.
I'm a little bit confused by your thesis on this is all.
I don't have a thesis. I just have
You're
confusion as to why. And I understand. Okay, I understand. Okay, they
Georgia's
say
53% in, and they can't call it.
Right, and in states where there has been a history of, they're taking the data from all of the historical elections, and they are applying that to even with just a 1% count of votes. They feel like that little percent can be indicative of the ultimate count, and so that's why they feel comfortable projecting. Is that correct?
Generally, yes.
Generally, right. I don't see this election as general. And so for me, what I believe is taken into account in those calculations include registrations, include
can we actually? This is a fair point. This is a fair point.
So I'm just
things
saying.
Could go.
So to continue this pattern, when the current election is so different than what we have experienced before, feels silly.
Well,
What does that do? What does that do?
No, that's fair. Let's look at Matt. Can we pull up the last time Alabama has not gone Republican?
For president statewide?
Yeah, I guess president. Otherwise.
That would probably be a Dixiecrat situation. Let me look.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure.
The fuck is a Dixiecrat?
It's Southern Democrats at a certain point.
Oh, okay.
Democrats used to be the slave group. It switched over during the Civil War. Like after the Civil War.
Well, the Civil Rights era, I think.
What is it? Oh, no, Civil Rights. You're right. Yeah. Civil Rights. Civil War. Fucking dumb. No, that's when it started up. So let's find out. Alabama.
1 second here.
Whirlpool at Best Buy.
Did you want to buy a Whirlpool from Best Buy?
That's exactly. We're sponsored by Whirlpools at Best Buy.
God,
I would actually. I
Enter
would,
code Whirlpool
My-
at bestbuy.com.
wait, does Best Buy have?
My
earn
screen is private.
Netflix
No one
now?
knows what you're talking about right now.
They figured it out pretty quickly.
We got an ad for a Whirlpool at Best Buy.
Wait, do Best Buys have jacuzzis now?
I hope.
Have they Bed Bath and Beyond did like?
I hope.
Listen, guys, TVs aren't good. Delaware projected winner for Harris. Great job, Delaware.
48% feel. It just feels too close to call. I just.
Delaware traditionally goes Democrat, just because of the top part of the state. So have we found any Alabama?
I feel like we're discounting a lot of factors.
What
in
are the
these
what are the
projections.
factors? What are the factors we're
Registered Republicans defecting to Democrats, including women. I think
Yes.
women are a huge factor.
missing? And
and
you
I-
think that is messing with the polling data of the exit polling?
Yes.
Enough
There
to
you go. 1976.
Jimmy Carter. Wow. It's crazy to think Jimmy Carter lost California. What an interesting.
Jimmy Carter.
I don't know a lot about him.
This was a time you have to remember where a Democrat was representing working class people, but also that was still kind of close to the civil rights era, where a Democrat and Republican, some Democrats at that time were progressive and some were very conservative in their values, but were still for
Was
working class people.
Strom Thurmond a Democrat?
Strom Thurmond, I think he switched political parties when the culture shifted.
When the civil
I don't
rights.
know who that is.
He's the guy he is on record for the longest filibuster, and the reason he did that filibuster was segregation based.
Pro or against?
Believe it or not, he's pro segregation. He did have a black mistress though, and that's really cool.
Cool or sad?
I mean,
Against
not-
the longest filibuster in history for slavery with a black mistress?
yeah, no, it's definitely sad. That's
Okay.
sorry. Once
Okay.
again, this is the gullible part. I was being sarcastic.
Okay. Sometimes I don't pick up on those things.
I mean, it is cool to have a black mistress, but that has nothing to do with.
Yeah, but it does tie in with the segregation.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Let's pick a new topic.
Do you think Strom Thurmond was ever like, no, you're cool, it's the other ones?
I'm gonna just post that we're streaming on FetLife right now. So
Oh,
I'm just gonna try to get the demographic kind of shaken.
All right, David, pick a hot
All
take.
right, hot take, hot tea, hot toddy. Let's do this one.
Okay.
Oh, Chelsea, I think this is one of yours. Is that the sound effect?
I get
for
excited.
Things you never thought you would have to think about, but now you've had to think about. What if Donald Trump became president? Followed by, what if Donald Trump became president a second time? Followed by, what if Donald Trump became president a second time again? Never thought I would ever have to think that at any point in my life.
Yeah. I never thought I would have to think about a presidential candidate's enacting of fellatio during a rally, or
Wait. He
with
did,
the microphone.
He like did a fake blowjob on it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. He like moved the microphone and he did like this on it. It was really weird.
Wow. Harris won 87%. Is winning 87% of Philly votes. Yeah.
Okay, so 18% and Harris has 87, but it's too close to project a winner.
Yeah, it's the whole state, and nobody knows because all those go
Look.
different ways.
Okay, but why can't you make that argument for literally any other state?
Well, because you can make it for some of the states. First of all, you can make it for some of the other states, and we'll see that tonight. That'll be a lot of it.
But that statement is based on prior elections, and I do not feel that this is.
So, and I guess what would be surprising is if, let's just use Alabama, because because right now your burdening of proof is any state should not be using 0%, correct?
I think. I mean, I haven't decided on like a.
But-
Okay,
but
all right.
in general-
let me pick a percentage. Okay.
5%?
I don't think that there should be a projected winner sticker on any state whose votes have come in at less than 60%.
60%.
60. That's
Okay.
that's gonna be my. I'm gonna stick to that.
Okay. So
60.
so let's just I'm gonna do some examples then.
Okay.
So in an election where you are getting the returns back 0% of the whole state, but like let's use Alabama.
Sure.
It's a state that historically in the last 50 years has never broken blue.
Okay.
And at the time, you are getting 2-to-1 votes towards Republicans, or 70%. So like 3-to-1 votes.
And that's not, and that is or is not including like metro areas.
It's not including metro areas yet.
Okay,
Well, no,
so
hold on,
then-
but the metro areas of places like Alabama are not as left leaning. Those are still 60% areas.
Okay, so but in that scenario,
I've been to those areas. They're still very
sure,
they're
but
conservative.
okay. So now I'm going to play into your scenario where a majority, I guess, of the counties have been counted, and it leads up to 60%, except for the metro area. So you think it's okay for them to project a winner, even though the main metro area hasn't been counted yet, which could shift the entire thing.
Sure. Okay. So
that's a problem with me.
But so then, what I'm saying is, if you look at the data from that metro area, and if it
But it's
swings, well,
big.
hold on, let me finish the sentence.
Sorry.
It swings 60%. Normally, it swings 60% to 40% Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say it swings 60% to 40% Democrat normally. But let's say even if it went 80%, 20%, that wouldn't affect the overall results of the election if the rest of the area was still polling and voting at the rates you expected from the other areas that lean more conservative. You would be able to look at it and go, oh, also here, let's pretend we know nothing. We're just two news anchors looking at it, and there are 4 scientists going, hey, if you want to be the first on this polling data, here are the things we're telling you about this. Here, we've done the math, and you can predict in this high, fast-paced news environment where you have to be the first one to project this. You want to be the first one to project this so people watch your news network. We can deliver this with what we will claim is 99% accuracy.
I mean,
how do you say no to that?
my response is easy, is because I don't need to be the first, but I want to be right. So no, I don't need to be first.
So you will be the principled news network.
Yeah, I don't need to be first. I don't have no desire to be first.
I think that's the problem. They've
want to
decided
be
they have the
accurate.
desire to be first.
Okay, so that's my
no,
problem.
But, and I guess the thing is, you're saying that. Well, so let's just say a scientist sat you down and said, okay, so if you call it at 0%, you will have a 99.97% accuracy based on all the methods we have and based off things we've done in past years. This is the accurate
I
polling
love
method.
that you're working off of data. I really respect your methodology. This is different. I feel is a different election than anything that we've experienced before. And I would rather wait until, even though you're saying 99.9%, I need to know.
I like
myself,
this has become a role play at
90,
this point.
99%. Like Chelsea as a news anchor. Yeah, I'm not worried
I
about
guess-
being the first.
well-
I'm not worried. I'm worried about being accurate. And I'm worried about.
But do you think these news anchors are not worried about being accurate?
No. Oh my God, no. I have so much respect for the anchors.
Do you think the scientists are worried about being accurate?
Of course, I do.
So
I
why
do
are
trust
but
them.
you are discrediting them every time you go like
I don't
I don't
mean-
believe it.
I don't mean to discredit. I just mean to have a different way of acting, because those presumptions are made on historical data, and this does not feel in line with history.
That's fair.
And that's how I
Georgia's
want
still
to
too
act.
close to call. That's what I'll say. It's 54% in. with 55.6 and 43.8. Yeah, here.
I think it's-
Let's let smart people talk.
Yes. All right.
So one
Whoa.
of the things, there's like
I meant me.
3 or
I'm
4
including
of these
myself.
categories we're looking at, but
Oh,
one of them,
fuck it, we're both
we
dummies.
said,
What are
is
you
the
doing?
rural counties in Georgia, the heavily Republican rural counties, and it's
We're drinking
very
red wine,
consistent.
talking about
we
the
now
election.
have 15, maybe 20 of them that are basically complete.
myself
Very small,
intelligent.
but in just about all of them, Trump is running a point to 3 points better than he did in 2020. And that was one of our questions in Georgia. Is Trump going to slip a couple of potentially critical points in his core parts of the state? So we are not seeing that there. But there's a lot more, obviously, we're going to be looking for as Georgia continues to come in.
I like that they haven't shown us the percentages on the District of Columbia. They just keep being like 0% in. She's got it. Oh, now we're back to that. It is truly, like, go ahead, put that music back in. It's anxiety inducing. They're doing it on purpose.
It's like intense. It is. It's intense.
It's like,
It's intense music. Yeah.
it's like if someone gave like the West Wing Viagra.
fair.
I don't know who VB is, but hi fams also.
Hi, Victor.
Oh,
Hi,
Victor. Hey, V.
Victor. Okay. All right. Let's do another hot take. Matt.
Hot take.
You haven't picked a hot take in a minute.
Yeah, we didn't actually talk about what else we wouldn't think about.
All right.
We got off the rails.
Yeah, look, these polls are
We're
projecting.
not going back to data scientists.
I'm fine to talk about it.
Hot take on Gen Z.
I love Gen Z. I think Gen Z is going to save us. I love the youths. I don't quite understand you, but I love you. I love the teens. I love the youths. I love them. I love Gen Z. I don't understand them fully, but I love Gen Z.
I'm noticing a lot of like difficulties with like social interaction with Gen Z. There's a lot of like
You've
weird,
had personally?
Oh yeah.
Well,
like,
as a comedian, like, do you have an opinion about like crowds in Gen Z? Or?
Yeah. Do you alter your set based
I
on?
don't really alter my material in general, just because like I think a lot of comedy is about where you punch, and so I'm usually pretty secure on the targets I'm going after.
Who are your main targets?
I have an 8-minute bit about you guys saw my stand up fucking forever ago.
The one that we filmed?
Yeah.
I remember that, yeah.
Those are a lot of my targets, believe it or not.
Okay.
But like I have that 8-minute bit about STDs where I just break down that I think the stigma is way worse than actually getting one.
Agree.
And-
Hard agree.
Right.
Also.
And so that's like a target I hit, but like that obviously that's the thing Gen Z agrees with, and I have to like work really hard on like getting like. Funny enough, though, that joke is like a fart joke in it, and that's where Gen Z all pulls back. And like, if I do that joke in a shorter set, I have to be like, guys, I know why we're pulling back. You guys, like, I don't have a 9/11 joke that'll knock your socks off.
Right.
And then I just do that for them, and they all are like, yeah, that joke's against capitalism. We like it.
Fair. Okay.
I don't know. I live with Gen Z people, and they're really. It's that thing of like right now I'm living with people who are like LARPing as artists. Like they want to pretend they're artists, but really they're just like pretending they're in the TV show called New York.
I know LARPers. I know.
Not like actual
Yeah.
live action role playing. They're just pretending they're artists. Like they like.
Okay.
You know that
I
thing-
do know actual real life LARPers.
I'm one right here. I used to.
I
LARP.
love it. I
LARPed for
support
like
it.
10 years. Thank
That's
you.
how. Yeah. That's how you had sex with a LARPer, right? That was part of your bit.
I did have sex with a LARPer. I've
Love
had
it.
sex with a couple LARPers.
Love it.
Probably at the same time. I hope.
No, that was all separate. Okay, no, that was. I wish they had just talked to me about it at the time because I was such a, like early on in polyamory. I had 2 girlfriends that were going to be at the same LARP event, and I was like, so obviously threesome, and they were like, that's not how that works. You can't. You have to like talk and like.
It should.
We were all younger. It was.
That's fair.
But it was that thing. I was like, well, but all the parts match. You guys like parts.
This could be great for all of us.
That was the balloon.
The penis balloon has
The
popped.
penis is popped.
Is that a sign of something?
Yeah. If the penis pops before the vagina, Harris wins.
Oh man.
Projected winner Harris.
0% penis.
Projected winner Harris. Based on our data.
That's the only data that you find scientific.
I do like that you side-eyed me through that.
I'll do it again.
Oh no, I'll hate it.
It's good. Okay, Matt, Gen Z.
Oh,
Yeah, Yeah,
There's
put on
also
your
like
camera.
a weird. Nobody's fucking.
Yeah, they have a weird aversion to sex, which I get. There's a big I get. I understand the many factors that contribute.
I think
to
a proliferation of porn is like helping, but helping and hurting at the same
It's
time.
a weird. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Sorry, we did ask your opinion and then
I
have
know.
opinions.
It's I just to comment on that. I feel like it's a weird separation in like as like I'm a millennial and I'm like a proud slut. Like I'm a proud, like I was a sex worker. I feel very empowered about my body, and the choices that I make. And so it does feel weird to have this shift into what it is now.
Well, it's a combination of a couple things of like wanting to do the right thing, but there's no people. The reason religion works partially is because the reassurance that you're on the side of good.
Sure, and then the side of good is very subjective.
Of course, but that's the point.
That is their subjectivity.
But now if you want to have that same kind of religious like push for being like Arkansas with 10% in, Trump is still the projected winner, even though Harris is in the lead.
Bullshit. Matt, Gen Z.
But this is what I'm really thinking. No, I'm just kidding. Matt, go ahead.
No, there is. So I renounced my New York citizenship, and I re-registered back in Illinois after being a citizen in New York for 10 years. So I'm in Illinois pretty frequently, and there's been a podcast called Fun with Sex Podcast on TikTok, and they throw a party in Chicago called the Sluts Party, and it's like Gen Z specifically. So, and they reached out to us a couple times to like make content and stuff. So what I wanted to propose to them, and I just didn't have the time, was like I wanted to put them in a room with like say a millennial and Gen Xer in the queer party scene in Chicago to like discuss the nuances between generations.
Yeah.
Never got around to the logistics on that, but they're out there. I run into Gen Z when I'm at House of Yes. Sometimes I'm the oldest person in line,
Hell yeah.
So I feel like they're just.
There are people still.
Yeah, they're just.
I've become just the oldest person in groups.
Just period.
Generally.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're
We get it. You're hot, cool, and young. We get it.
They like
I
to
literally
party.
just said I'm the oldest person in groups.
They like to party.
You're hanging out with all the young people.
But they're very just hyper consent focused. It's like
Which is good.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's just like
good.
it's like when people say, "Oh, young people don't get humor," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?
No.
They trade memes all day. That doesn't make any sense. It's just you
They
don't
don't-
get their
they-
humor."
they don't
No, they
like-
don't get your joke. Well,
The I feel like a lot of the humor from our time is like body shaming humor, insults, and there are ways to find humor around that. And I agree with that. Like I hate when someone says, "Look how fat this person is." It means they're bad.
Oh, you mean
Well,
like Jimmy
yeah.
Kimmel?
I hate the body humor because being overweight does not make you a bad person. They do not correlate.
no,
I can't.
obviously.
I can't say. Yeah, it seems obvious,
But,
and
yeah,
yet
no, for
those jokes
sure.
are continuously perpetuated, and I hate it. I can't stand it because what you look like on the outside is 0% indicative of who you are on the inside.
And yet those fat Gen Xers are still fucking more than Gen Z. No, I'm so... It's just...
That's all I say.
That guy.
Wow, yeah.
All right, let's pick a new topic.
No,
Nope, we're picking a new topic.
We got 8 minutes till the next poll's closed.
Okay. Oh no! Cancel culture!
It was just funny after just
we have
saying that.
continuously picked Matt's fucking prompts.
Matt made bigger papers.
Fair.
Should it bigger is better.
All right, cancel culture.
It doesn't exist, but it's just
It
like
does exist.
It sort of exists. Like, I got canceled from that old lady yelling at me. Like, got kicked out of doing comedy from that. Not kicked out of doing comedy, but kicked out of doing comedy in that spot.
Okay, that's not cancel culture.
How's that not?
Wait, how is that not? Isn't that the definition?
That's the culture
Into
of the
what?
person I did not fit with the culture of conservative people because I was trying to create a comedy audience there. So I wasn't trying to necessarily appease everybody because I wanted to have an audience come out that would like comedy shows.
Okay, okay.
And no, I did. I got fully canceled.
Canceled.
I lost my job due to an audience complaint.
That's fair. I retract
and it's all because I said the N word like 18 times. Like, I'm so kidding. It was because we started the show 10 minutes late. We started the show 10 minutes late, and an entitled 70-year-old woman. I call her 70 because I will age shame at this point. I won't body shame, but I will age. She might have been 60. I don't know. But she was old and upset that we started the show 10 minutes late, and she was cold because the room was cold. And naturally, that's the comedian's fault.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have
So I have been
personal-
canceled before, and and I don't have a fan base, so it didn't actually hit.
Okay.
That's the thing, is like, really, you can't cancel someone with a fan base. You can just you can weaken their fan base, hypothetically.
Okay, wait.
Or
so
strengthen
Are you or are you not a victim of cancel culture?
Because
Because I feel like you just made.
no,
both
I don't have a fan
arguments.
base.
Right. So, but you said you.
So
can't.
I am a victim of fan. If they have a fan base, you can't. You can only weaken their fan base.
Okay, but if they don't have a fan base, then they can be a product.
Oh,
of
people
cancel
have
culture?
been canceled without a fan base. Oh, I don't know. The problem is that comedy's a vanity art.
Okay.
All of these are vanity arts. That's the
Okay.
problem. Is that part of the agreement is that people have to like you.
Right. Yes.
That's literally part of the job. It's the funny thing is that musicians kind of get the cheat code because they can just play. Like, we have not canceled nearly the musicians that we should have. Like, why is the Red Hot Chili Peppers not canceled? Like, there's a pedophile in Weezer.
Wait. I don't know about both of these things.
Well, Red Hot Chili Peppers, he like brags about like doing all sorts of like weird sexual misdeeds.
Who's he?
Anthony Kiedis.
He brags about. Tell me. I don't know about this.
Like, I can look up the specific things. If we look up his his autobiography, he like brags about it. But like, there's a pedophile in Weezer.
Oh, well, that sucks.
Yeah, and it's not the main guy. Or it's not whatever the fuck his name is. But yeah, this is the kind of shit like where like musicians just get away with it. Warped Tour is essentially like Epstein's Island with worse haircuts. Like,
Oof. Okay. I don't know about this.
like that musicians have constantly like.
Please
I
don't
mean,
tell me that there's anyone in My Chemical Romance that is.
I don't.
part of
I've
this.
not looked up anything about MCR, but like David
Okay,
Bowie,
I'm like, I'm an
do we
MCR
know about David
diehard.
Bowie's sexual history? Matt
Matt
forlornly
knows
in the
about-
distance.
D-
Like, I mean, the amount of musicians that like we like focus on like R. Kelly and stuff, but like the amount of musicians before like the 90s that had committed sexual assault is like 80%. It's crazy.
I don't know about a lot of this.
Right,
I'll
because
admit, I'm out of, I'm out of the
imagine.
loop.
I guess I would say is imagine how people would react if there wasn't Twitter, or people would act if there wasn't Twitter.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's why like a
That's
lot of
fair.
stuff came out like about Dustin Hoffman and other people because they just knew they could get away with it for long periods of time.
I mean, you can also apply that to like murders. Murdering someone in the 40s was easy as fuck.
Oh,
because you could
yeah.
just do it and then leave,
Just move towns.
and they would be fine, and you'd never be caught by
The
the
late
feds.
80s, people were just throwing their DNA all over the place.
Right.
Yeah.
Because there weren't the abilities to trace DNA.
There's an 80s indie film called Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer
Yeah.
that kind of portrayed like you could just leave your DNA.
Isn't that Michael Rooker?
Yeah, it might have been. I mean, I haven't seen it since film school, but yeah.
That's fair. Okay, but yeah, you could just leave your DNA around.
Because there weren't cameras. There
Yeah.
was the DNA testing.
Dump
like,
bodies in like kind of public places.
So easy to be a
no
murderer.
cameras really either.
Back in the day.
But also it was still cops trying to figure it out.
And God knows they're worthless. Or useless. Okay, we've got 2 minutes and 10 seconds until
Till the next polls drop.
Wisconsin polls close.
Led Zeppelin
It
is
was
a great
Michael Rooker.
example, according to a listener here.
Oh
Wait.
yeah, Led Zeppelin
Tell me
for
about.
sure.
I don't know anything
well,
about
all
Led
those
Zeppelin.
all those rockers in the 70s were just fucking 13-year-olds constantly.
I don't know about. Can someone tell me about Led Zeppelin?
I mean, do we want to look it up here? Hold on, I just look up Red Hot Chili Peppers.
No, I want to know about Led Zeppelin.
Okay, I'll look up Led Zeppelin.
Wait, I have to pee. So look it
Okay.
up and then BRB.
Can you grab me more wine?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
All right. For anyone that is listening, you're welcome to comment, and we will respond in real time.
Yeah, Led Zeppelin, sexual assault.
Oh boy. I mean, it can't be any worse of a vibe than Trump winning tonight. So I just.
Yeah. Led Zeppelin's controversial thievery, underage groupies, and the Mud Shark incident. Oh, I have heard about that, but I don't remember what it was.
Chelsea, just bring the whole box of wine in.
Oh, Led Zeppelin molested groupie with fish, book reveals. Oh, Lori Maddox. Yeah, baby groupie of the 70s. Yeah, she was a child model who then fucked David Bowie, Jimmy Page, and Mick Jagger while she was underage.
Another suggestion was Robert Plant.
Yeah, Robert Plant. Yeah. I mean, but that's my point is all of them. And we just kind of ignore it because we don't face their image. We face 4 chords that are pleasant. Or, Led Zeppelin has like 5 chords. Yeah, dude, it's fucked up. It's crazy. This is the thing of like Bill Cosby might be the worst person to call himself a comedian at any point, and I don't know if he makes it into the top 10 musicians. Like top 10 most evil musicians. He might. He's pretty horrific.
Yeah, I mean, I have an aunt, like a family friend, a good family friend, who, I'm a big Bowie person, and I was really wrestling with the Bowie stuff when it kind of hit mainstream media back in 2015 and stuff like that. And she's like, "Oh, Matt, you have to understand that like this is just something everyone did, but everyone did this back then." Like just the coked infused orgies and some minors slipped in here and there, but that's just the way it was. We didn't really look at age like that back then.
Right. Well, and it is simultaneously true and not true at all. That's the other thing is like it's simultaneously like they might like ignore it, but they're feeling weird and stuff. Like it's not. There were still plenty of people being like, "This is fucked up." Like, this is later, but like Jerry Seinfeld, like dating a 19-year-old was reported or a 17-year-old was reported in the media.
Oof.
Often. He dated her for like 4 years.
Yeah,
5
How
years.
old was he?
But also that was even weird because he was like 39.
Oh.
Yeah, he dated a 17-year-old. He picked her up in the park, but also her family were like
Yikes.
billionaires or they're like super wealthy. So it may have been like more of an arranged thing.
Here's the thing though, because I actually have there was a set of twins.
Go on.
The first twin, I was 16, and I think he was 29
Okay.
at that time. And we fooled around, and people kind of knew about that relationship, and it was fine because I was mature for my age. And then when I was 19, I had relations with the twin.
The 32-year-old
who
twin.
was 32.
I can do math.
And in my mind, at that time in my life, I was like, "Oh my gosh, yeah, no, I'm so mature. This is perfect." But I just worked so hard for his approval. And now that I'm 32 and I look back and I'm just like, what the fuck were you doing with a 19-year-old? To me, the idea of being with a 19-year-old is like you're a child. Like technically, I guess you're an adult, but like you were
that's
not
why they made they were of
in
course
any
yeah
way. And so, but it took me a really long time to get to a place where I was like, wow, that was weird.
Well, there is that.
That was like really not okay.
There's that the tweet I think was where someone was like, "Oh, everyone I've ever met who was like 19 every woman who talks about the person they dated when they were 19, always talks about with such regret and like they're like, I was not in the right mental space for that. But that's also why you're dating someone who you could ignore 5 to 10 red flags on.
Of course. Well, yeah, because because it's somebody older and he's hot and he's in his 30s and it's like, oh, I feel cool because someone this old like wants to be with me, but you don't see like, and it took me again a very long time until to realize like, oh, it's fucking weird that a 32-year-old is interested in a 19-year-old. Like
You were probably pretty hot.
Sure, but
there's literally whole John. The only thing I'm saying is you're like, it's crazy that this guy was interested in me, but also there's like whole genres of porn that are 18.
Right, but he gave me the essence of being interested in me in a relationship sort of way.
Of course.
And so it was like, okay, maybe it was just sex, but that's weird.
For sure.
To lead me on in that, like,
because that's how...
He never saw a future with me.
No, of course.
And I saw a future with him.
Well, because they conditioned dudes...
Because our mentalities were different, and that's the point that I'm making, is that our mentalities were different, and that I was 19, and to me, my brain is just like... It's in such a different place than a 32-year-old man.
Well, I'm not excusing, obviously... He's the shitty dude in this.
He's still hot, so
congratulations. Then I guess never mind. It's all better then.
It's not all better now.
So there's two things there. One, the reason guys do that is because they've been conditioned to learn that's how you get sex. Is if you promise.
He's a hot 32-year-old.
It doesn't matter.
Go fuck a hot 28-year-old.
Or maybe he wants
or a 29-year-old.
Or maybe he wants to live in the romance idea of like he's met this person, or like people love to live in the romantic idea of like I've met the one.
But he didn't see me as the one. I was made to feel like I was because I was 19.
Saying that you were?
Yeah.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. It's the conditioning of
idealistic and so. But then I started to realize like, oh, we're not going out in public together. And
there it
then
is.
As I got older,
then that's the obvious one. Is the 32-year-old was like, oh, I can't take her to a bar.
Right. Because I couldn't drink.
I don't want to be out with this 19-year-old in public. I'm gonna get judged.
Of course.
And then
because you should be judged.
Yeah.
Because you should be judged. Because that's fucking weird. All right. Let's tune in.
Let's go back to the polls.
Let's go back to the polls. I also didn't hear the result of the Led Zeppelin search, but
they all fucked that like 13-year-old, and like I'm sure Led Zeppelin was not different.
Okay. All right. See, 75% Kentucky projected fine.
Well, but they projected it at 0%. But they want to be first because the thing is, it's the advantage.
First.
It's the advantage you have.
Well, that's fucking stupid.
Well, if I was told I could get it with 99%, or a 95% accuracy, I could be told that with 0% in we could do that, and I've seen that over years. Then why would I not go with it? And then if it's different, then it's a surprise upset, and that rules. That's great media.
Okay, but I don't like it.
That's fair. You're allowed not to like it. That's absolutely. I hate math most of the time.
I hate math all the time. Like, still, 8% projected. I don't. That doesn't mean anything
here's
to me.
the thing is, actually, because I went on the AP.
That doesn't mean anything.
Do you trust
to
the AP?
Me. No, I don't trust polls.
By the way, the mamas and the
Associated
papas.
Press.
I know AP means Associated Press.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
He
was
I knew
John
that
Phillips.
No, I was just saying. You said, "Oh, I don't trust polls" when you heard AP.
8 years after.
Well, AP is a poll, and I don't trust it.
Oh fuck! You know the Mamas and the Papas, that band?
Yes.
So John Phillips, after he died, his eldest daughter alleged that she and her father had a 10-year abusive, incestuous relationship. When she was began when she was 19. And then said her abuse began, when Phillips assaulted her, both under the influence of narcotics, on the eve of her first marriage. God damn.
Okay. I mean...
Yeah.
Like, not even to get too deep in it, like, and I'm not trying to use this as, like, anything, but, like, I was molested at 7 by a cousin who molested me and his sister at the same time. And I was, like, tied up by my wrists. So I just like I have a little bit of a skewed, I guess, perspective on that, but
Well, no, but John Phillips is the dad.
yeah, that's awful.
Yeah.
It's just
It's
bad.
fucked
That's
up.
just bad.
Yeah.
There's no other perspective on that other than
No,
bad.
but the thing is though, but that's the weird thing about music is none of this gets recorded. Like it just none of it gets registered because the tune sounds
it's just separating the art from the artist.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got
But it-
some counties where we've got,
Okay.
a lot,
Let's-
maybe
let's
all of the votes that I
listen.
think are very significant. We highlighted at the start of the night in North Carolina, right outside Charlotte, this county right here, Union County in red. It's a core suburban Republican county, and it's one of those. It's gigantic, first of all. And second of all, it's one of those where Trump still won it in 2020, but he lost ground. Key question tonight, would he lose further ground? That's what Democrats are trying to do in Union County. We basically got all the vote in Union County now. You could see Trump, that's about a 25.5-point margin. Compare that to 4 years ago. Trump won it by 24.
That's
So
right.
no,
Yeah.
Trump did not lose ground. In fact, he gained back a little bit here in Union County. That is what his campaign wants to see. They did not want any more slippage. You can go next door from Union County and you see another trend that I think we're starting to see pretty clearly in North Carolina, and I'll show you that now. This is Anson County. Again, just about complete. This is a rural county with a large black population. And one of the concerns for Democrats was they believed the turnout in recent elections among African Americans in these rural counties has been lower than they need. When Barack Obama ran and won the state in 2008, he did very well, won a lot of these counties. The question was, would Democrats improve in these counties tonight? What they've said about the ground game, maybe having Harris at the top of the ticket, thinking this might help them. So you see it right here. This county looks like it's going to flip. Joe Biden won this by 4 points 4 years ago. Now Donald Trump, with just about all the vote in, is ahead by 3 in Anson County. Again, rural, large African-American population. A lot of counties that are similar to that are here in the eastern part of North Carolina. And again, we're starting to get most, if not all, the results. Vance County here, large, rural, African-American heavy population. Biden won it by 19 tonight. Harris, just about all the vote in, is winning it by less, only 12 points right there. You can go next door to Warren County, 26 for Biden tonight, 20 for Kamala Harris, just about all the voted. I think you might be starting to see the pattern here. Bertie County, majority African-American, rural. Biden, 21.5 points 4 years ago. Tonight, about 17 points. Still a little bit to come there, but Harris behind the Biden number so far. You could look down at Martin County. Again, large black population. Trump 5 4 years ago. Tonight, 13, with about 20% more to come. That's the pattern we're seeing very clearly, I think, in these rural counties with significant African-American populations where turnout and support level was a concern for Democrats. One thing you have to add in a lot of these counties, too, is that it may not just be turnout. There is also declining population in a lot of these counties, too, that might be affecting Democrats as well. But again, that's a pretty clear pattern right there. The other pattern that we're seeing in North Carolina statewide, we're tracking this is because, again, a lot of what comes out first in these counties is the early vote, it's the in-person vote, it's the mail-in vote. Then what comes reported after that is the same day. We want to see, are there partisan differences between how those votes are going? So far, we are finding that Trump is doing better with the election day voters than he did with the pre-election, with the early voters. So as you get, when you get to 80% in a county, generally what's left to come, not uniformly, but generally is going to be that same day vote. We're finding that that's a stronger vote for Trump. What Democrats are looking for here right now, take a look at Wake County. This is the biggie. This is, the state capital is here, the heart of the triangle. 3/4 of the vote is in here. And again, the name of the game here for Democrats is just drive up the margin as big as they can. So look, it was 26.5 points in 2020 for Biden. It's a little bit stronger now for Harris. That's what they want to see. They want to get the number up in Wake. They want to get the number up. Now, Mecklenburg County is the other giant one. We don't have too much in right there. There's also been a question in North Carolina about this part of the state. When you get into the Blue Ridge Mountains, it was so affected by the hurricane. Is that going to affect turnout levels? Is that going to affect results at all? A couple things we can tell you. Most of this region is Republican. Most of these counties are rural and heavily Republican. I don't know why I just did that. They're mostly rural and heavily Republican, and we could just show you, you're starting to, this is tiny, but this is what you're seeing in the rural, heavily Republican mountain counties that are getting close to fully complete. Trump hitting that 2020 number, maybe going even a little bit north of it, and you can just see in terms of the turnout question here, which everybody's had in the wake of the hurricane. Look, 3857, 839. You're at about 4,700 votes. In 2016, it was 37. They're a little bit above 2020 level here. And I think if you're above 2020, that is, of course, an all-time record for turnout. That indicates, I don't think there's an indication there, that's one county, but we're seeing it elsewhere, of a big turnout issue. There are two blue counties in the mountains. The big one is Buncombe. That's where Asheville is now. We have about half here with the same day to come. If this were to hold, Democrats would be very happy with what's happening in Buncombe County because they depend on this to run up big margins here. But again, still to come is that election day vote that we think is more Republican. So is this vote going to come down for Democrats? Let's see as that comes in. They want to be hitting a number north of what Biden did. The other county that's just about complete, and it is a blue county, it's where Appalachian State University is. I can show you that. Watauga County, just about all in right now. And again, Biden won this thing by a little over 8 points. It's at about 7 right now. Democrats, this is not a huge county, but Democrats in counties like this, there's a big academic institution. There's a pretty good concentration of students, of college degrees, a lot of these ingredients for Democratic success. They want to be driving up the numbers in those places. Another place like that is Orange County. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill is here. This is basically on par for Democrats, even a touch above what they did in 2020. That's what they want to see. One other place I could just flag here, this is Carrabas County. This, of all the counties, all the 100 in North Carolina, this is the one that swung the most to Democrats in the last election. Again, right outside Charlotte. It's growing. It's diversifying. It's pretty quickly diversifying. So again, you can see Democrats want to make further progress. Trump won this thing by almost 20 in 2016. And again, look at that. It came down to single digits in 2020. This is another test tonight. This is a place where Democrats want to really keep that momentum going early, but that's when we're going to keep an eye on there. But again, you can see those trends. Trump in the big suburban test outside Charlotte, I'd say he probably passes that test in Union County. And the Democrats so far in these rural counties with large black populations not getting what they hope for there. Still to come, though. We want to see how Wake finishes. We want to see Mecklenburg, the triad. You got Greensboro. Again, we don't have a ton here. Greensboro, Forsyth County where Winston-Salem is. So still a bit more to come there. And then Georgia, look, 70% in now. Trump continuing with an advantage here. It's about 243,000 votes. And we are getting a lot more clarity in the metro Atlanta area. A couple of things. We talked about this. Democrats wanting to improve margins here. That's what they need to do. Cobb County is a place, where this was a Republican stronghold not long ago where Democrats are running up the score lately. You see what happened in 2020. Biden won here by 14 points. Currently, 78% of the vote is in. Harris, this is the early vote likely. Harris is winning here by 16. The concern for Democrats is the remaining vote, we suspect, is that election day vote, a little bit more Republican friendly. 16 would be a very good margin for Democrats in Cobb, but does that come down? If it falls below that 2020 level at all, that's very alarming for Democrats. Fulton County, again, we've got the early vote in here, and now some of the same day as well. Look at that. It looks exactly like it did in 2020. Democrats want to grow that a little more. Again, concern for them. It's a big blue county, but if what's still to come in Fulton is a little less blue, and that number slips below 2020, that's a trouble sign for Democrats. We flagged Fayette County early in the night. Would this one flip? If the blob, I call it the blue blob there, was going to expand, this is the place. It's not quite all in, but almost all in right now. You see Trump with a 2.5-point lead. Now, that is progress for Democrats from 2020. This was a 7-point race in 2020, so it's progress for Democrats. Will it be enough progress? Again, those other big, giant suburban counties there are going to tell a lot of that story. We finally have a little bit in Gwinnett County. I just want to linger on this one for a minute because it's enormous. This county has over 1 million people. It is transformed demographically in the last generation. This used to be a staunchly Republican, heavily white county. It's now one of the most diverse in the country. Democrats, you can see Biden won here by 18 points in 2020. And again, the Democratic margin here, it's just been, look at this. In 2016, it was a single-digit race. It became almost 20 in 2020. Democrats want this over 20 tonight. Let's see. It's early there, but that's a key one just because of the size and because of the trajectory. So again, and we can also just take a look. I said these sort of exurban, fringe Atlanta metro counties that are red. The question here is, do they become less red? The biggest of them is Cherokee County, and we got almost all of Cherokee County now. This is where Canton, Georgia is, one of the wealthiest counties in the state of Georgia here. Take a look. This is what happened in 2020. Donald Trump won here by 39.2 points. Tonight, he's winning it. You could see almost the same, as about 0.3 of a point off. The Trump campaign, let's see here. They don't want big slippage. There's not big slippage. I think they would have liked to claw back a little bit more here, but they're not losing ground. And there are scenarios where that's enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. Is Forsyth County. Now, this is another. This is very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost substantial ground in 2020. Now, bulk of the vote is in. Same day still to come, so room for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming a point from where he finished in 2020. That's an encouraging one for Republicans. You can just kind of complete this loop quickly. I'll just show you some of them here. Again, Hall County is one, almost all in. Trump had slippage here in 2020. You see, he's improved by about 1.5 points here. Not major, but this was a state that was decided by a fraction of a point in 2020, so any shift is significant. Barrow County, almost all in. Again, Trump had slippage here in 2020. A little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump. You can see Harris running 1.5 points better than Biden did. Trump basically level with 2020. And you can take a look down here. Walton County, again, this is
so
the
it is
early
just a
vote
game
in
of
Walton
inches
County.
now.
Trump had slippage
Of
here
her
in
getting
2020.
like 2%
49
here,
points, believe it or
2%
not, was
there.
slippage for the Republican.
I like how you
Tonight,
keep saying slippage.
46. This is the early vote. Again, same day. Does it get back to 49? Does it get back to 50? That's what Trump wants.
How are
with the
people
remaining
feeling
vote
election
there. I
anxiety
think
wise?
we've got just
Us
about all
and
of
then also
Douglas
like
County in
people
right now.
comment in the
Again,
thing.
Douglas
Because
County
this is always
one
the
of
worst
these
part is like
demographically,
Republicans
it's
always
fast
swing
growing,
hard
it's
early.
transforming politically. It's diversifying.
I'm not. I'm gonna.
And
I
you can
have
see
to
here,
wait. I have
Democrats,
to
it
wait and
looks
see
like in
to
Douglas
have.
Till more of the
achieved what
votes are
they wanted to
Yeah.
do
percentage-wise.
here.
Yeah.
Biden won this
Yeah,
state
I'm
by
not gonna make
25 points in 2020,
an
just about all in.
emotional,
Now Harris has it north of 30 points. That is something
presumption
Democrats want to see
with
there.
a
So again,
1%
zoom out statewide.
intake
It's a
on
6-point
a
lead right now.
stronghold
70% in
If you want,
Georgia,
we can just
too
take a
close
look.
to call.
We've got 'em marked off on here. I'll
That's
show you.
strange
This is-
because
we're
you've been
talking about
making
this in
emotional
North Carolina.
projections that Harris
Same
is
in
going to
Georgia. There's
win
a lot of rural
this
counties
entire time.
with large African American
fair.
populations.
Like,
I mean,
oh,
I-
like there's no way that
Can
anyone's
they
going to want.
improve?
Everyone,
If I
you
can
said,
improve turnout-wise,
quote
vote
unquote,
performance-wise,
well,
obviously,
not quote unquote. To
relative
be
to
fair,
last time.
paraphrasing.
So again, I think we showed you
People
earlier,
are
Baltimore
tired
just
of
about all
Trump.
in. This is
They're
a
tired
change.
of.
This was a
They're
blue
just
county,
fatigued, as he
in
would say.
2020.
That,
Yeah.
It's flipped
that
over
is
to
my
Trump.
best
All the vote is in
argument.
right
It's
now.
like, do you
But
really
you
want to
can
have to
see
sit
here,
there and
Wilkes
care about
County,
politics
just about all
every
the
day?
vote
Do you
is in.
remember
Trump
caring
by
about politics
17.
every day of
Trump won this
2016?
thing, you know, by
Do you remember
about
caring
13
about politics
points and
every day of
change.
2017?
Yeah, I don't
So
want
it's
to
a
know
bit
who
of what
Betsy
we saw in
DeVos
North
is
Carolina,
again. Like, I
Randolph
don't.
County.
Yeah, I don't need to know a new, a new murderer's row of annoying, awful people.
I do believe that Harris is going to win, but I am not going to commit to. I mean, I'm not going to commit to
With
that.
0% of the vote in, I'm saying Harris is winning.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's just like a person. That's not based on anything. That's it's not based. It's literally
no,
not
I know.
based
I was
on
kidding.
I
was
know that
kidding.
you're making fun of me with that, and I get it, and it
No,
makes sense.
I'm not making fun of you even. That's just a
No,
reference.
but I get it. I understand. So like, but I am telling you that my assumption is based on no fact,
Okay.
no science, nothing other than my own hope and innate belief that there's no data for, and I understand that. It's just a belief, but I will accept whatever result comes, and I'm not going to accept the result until we have more than fucking 4% of North Dakota and a projected winner.
I've been to North Dakota. They're going Trump. I'll project that winner too.
Okay.
I'll project North Dakota going for Trump.
I'm just saying. I understand like what I'm saying sounds.
No, I get what you mean though.
Hypocritical, is that
Hypocritical.
a word? Hypocritical to what I'm saying. My belief is based on nothing other than feeling, and so that's not based on anything.
So here's the thing I'll echo from that though, because I do agree with you overall. I do think Kamala's gonna win. I mean, who fucking knows? But that's the problem, is that we had the same feeling fucking 8 years ago.
Yeah.
But the other thing about it is that I think the one important thing is that like it's worth more for Democrats to feel like it's going to be a close call. So why would you make it feel like anything other than it's going to be the closest call of all time?
And then we tie back into like ratings though, and like clicks, and like if you can create the sort of like.
And we thought Harris was going to win fucking 10 weeks ago in a landslide. Would anybody be paying attention to this right now?
A big thing that I think about is that, like, in my opinion,
or less people would be paying attention.
In my opinion, her campaign has had no faults. Like, can you think of any day since her campaign started where she had any faults? And I can't think of one. I literally can't think of one.
I mean, it's been pretty inoffensive.
But see, that's what's insane, is because the bar for Harris is pretty inoffensive. And then for Trump, it's like, well, I guess he didn't say that he hated black people today. Like the bar is just like it's insane.
Well,
the range, it's like, okay, yeah, no, I guess she's done okay. But like in reality, she has run a flawless campaign. Her bar is at the Sun.
But it's also at the floor.
But it's not at the floor. No,
but
her
it
bar
is
is
though. But it is because it's against Trump. It's against Trump. Like, what would Harris have to do to lose your vote?
No, you don't have to put her bar at the floor.
No, but I'm saying
in
comparison
to Trump.
But because Trump's is in the basement. I don't like. I'm saying like, it's a thing of like. This is a general theory I have that like, a lot of women think they're good at dating because they've been dating men, and men are really bad at dating.
Okay.
Because they're comparing themselves to this like dudes who are like really bad at it.
Okay,
so like there is in certain ways that Harris is voting is that she's not Trump. Like I actually really heavily disagree with that.
Okay. Because she is the first presidential candidate to have served in all three of the branches of government: executive, legislative, and judicial.
Wait, wasn't Taft? Taft did it. Taft did it. He was in the Supreme Court.
Okay, so the first woman to have done it.
Yes, that makes a lot more sense. Yes.
Okay.
That is different.
Caught me. So for her to have and also. Inside of those acknowledgments is the fact that she has spent her entire life, her career, for people, representing other people, and
I'm pro Harris getting elected.
I understand. To make the argument like, well, her only appeal is that
she would have won versus Joe Biden.
Her only appeal
in the last election.
Well, Matt can actually talk to you about that because he and I had a big argument about why Joe Biden eventually won the nomination.
I think Biden, but I don't think Harris was going to be the candidate no matter what Joe Biden was doing.
Okay, well,
I'm a little confused about the direction of this, by the way.
Okay, well,
so I guess my point
arguing
is,
about that doesn't feel productive because she's where she is now.
So it doesn't matter. My point. She's where she is now. So it doesn't matter.
I don't. No, I'm sorry. I don't mean.
But I'm just saying. Like, no, I'm not saying. By the way, I'm pro Harris. I think overall she'll be, if she becomes president, which I hope, she'll be a fine president. But like, it's not the thing of she did run for president and lost pretty quickly.
Many years ago.
4 years ago.
Okay.
4 years ago, in the last election.
Are you the same person that you were 4 years ago?
Am I as old as Kamala Harris? Because it's auto. But anyway, I'm not. I'm not the exact same person. But I would argue if I ran for, well, so now I'm 35, so now I can actually run. But if I ran at 35 and 39, I might be dramatically different. But if I ran,
and having been elected as vice president up until now,
and
seeing
I would
the
have
inner workings
and
of
I
it
agree.
over 4 years.
I agree that I would have loved to see her campaign as a candidate against other candidates.
Wait, you say I agree. Agree with what?
Well, I agree that she could have changed, but I can't know that because the only thing I'm seeing is her as the de facto choice, as like more of the Joe Biden idea, because that's kind of where she's. Oh, here we go. I can't take Kamala seriously as president of the United States. Why not? That's silly. That's like, I could take her seriously as president of the United States. You could take Trump seriously as president of the United States.
Right.
You could take Jill Stein seriously as president of the United States.
Yeah, so I'm
a person who shows up for like every 4 years to push progressive politics.
My question is, what would it take, the cool hamster, what would it take for you to take any person seriously as the president of the USA? Like, what are your qualifications?
That's a good way to put it.
So, yes, I'm asking
so while
you,
we
wait for your
but I'll say-
qualifications
so
as
I
the
think-
president of the USA.
I'm not saying, by the way, that I don't think Harris will make a good president or any other factors about her as a president. But part of her goal was similar to Joe Biden's, as to be inoffensive as a in relation to, like, the Harris campaign has pushed itself to the right pretty far, to the point where Dick Cheney is rooting for them, because one, Trump is a threat to literal democracy, like as a general fascist. Like,
I think there's more nuance to that, but yes, I understand.
like, whether he has the ability to pull that off is a whole other thing. But I think there are people that see, like, the system is adapting to Trump, not the other way around, because he keeps sticking around. The staying potential of him is the thing that's fucked. Is like the idea that he's been around for 12 years is crazy. Most people who inflame the masses, like Trump does, last for like 4 years tops.
And I think, and a point of that also is that I think that it should be recognized that he is a person who represents a large number of people that feel that when he, whenever he speaks, we feel like, oh my God, he's insane, blah, blah, blah. But he does represent, and a huge number of people, of Americans, feel that when he speaks, he is representing them. And we cannot forget that those people exist.
Yeah,
and they're literally
well, it's also things like, it's not even, they feel like he represents them. It feels like that he can do things for them in a way. Also, a lot of guys, people are just going on feelings. Like, so much of like when
I have to also just like, my perspective between the separation, like, you have to know, like, my entire family, other than my sister, are MAGA.
they're fully,
They are fully MAGA.
I have a section of my family, but not
My
the whole
dad
one.
has a Confederate flag tattooed on the back of his head.
On the back of his head?
On the back of his head.
What states' rights is he protecting?
So you have to understand, like, and literally, I am being asked to go home for Thanksgiving. So at this
a colonizer holiday.
You know how liberal I am. Like, I do not
clearly.
hide it. I do not hide it. I'm very opinionated, and so
No, just get a Confederate a Confederate flag tramp stamp. That'll really show your dad.
Well, but no.
No, thank you. I was not serious.
No, I understand. But, like, just to understand, like, I know, like, this is kind of a lighthearted sort of thing, but I have, like, real invested, like, this affects my day-to-day. It affects how I interact.
It affects all of our day-to-day.
It affects how I interact with my family, whether I go home for Thanksgiving. Like, it affects my life. Like, I am Mexican. I am queer. I am an immigration lawyer. Like, this is my life.
I agree. But I guess it's the thing of, I'm not saying that I don't, but I'm saying part of the Harris strategy is to lean conservative and to be as neutral as possible and to not create controversy.
And I will say in Harris's like plea to get everyone, it seems that we have adopted actually a lot of conservative policies, though.
But it's not to get everyone. It's to get like the idea of like getting not just it's going, hey, you leftist fucks aren't going to vote for Donald Trump. Like, you can't do that. So you vote for me. And like, that's the part that I get mad at is like, it's not, we can be mad at the Democrats, but the real thing is that the Republicans have put like the Democratic Party in such a position where they have put someone forward who is so insane that as soon as you put anyone in front of them, that's like, the idea is only to be rational conservative.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, let me grade this. I lean more on the values of the Green Party with their 4 pillars: peace, ecology, social justice, and democracy.
So this is a case where Kamala is not far enough to the left.
Right.
Okay, here's what I will comment about Green Party. Green Party Jill Stein?
Yes.
Right?
I have voted for Green Party on the gubernatorial level several times. But
what I know, and I may be incorrect, what I know about the Green Party and Jill Stein is that as of about 2 weeks ago, her vice president candidate came out as being pro national abortion ban. Donald Trump
Wait,
has
Bruce?
Yeah, and
really? Oh, I love that.
Donald Trump has
That's
said that he loves Jill Stein and her policies. And Jill Stein has, what I've seen, it could be fake. We don't know what's real fake anymore. What I've seen, Jill Stein was in support of Israel doing whatever they need to do.
No, that that one seems, hold on, really? Because that's been the whole thing of Jill Stein is that like, hey, are you a disenfranchised Muslim? Like, come vote for the Green Party. Let's
look it up. Look it up.
I'm gonna Google Jill Stein pro-Israel.
Yes.
Because that would also be a huge discrepancy for Bruce, who's her vice president is vice president running mate as an activist.
Came out in support of an abortion, like a nationwide
I'll check that out too.
Ban.
I've not heard about that, but like,
I'm also chronically online, and I am aware that things can be faked. News can be
as
faked.
of October 28th,
I'm very gullible.
Well, so there's ways of
I try to check my sources.
Well, that's the thing. Yes. To check your sources, know what reputable sources are, know how they check their sources. There's a system to.
Well, I went to law school. Yeah. Like I understand. Like you.
Jill Stein's running mate celebrated violence against Israelis on October 28th, 2024. So like, they're talking about.
Hold on.
If you can find this Jill Stein stuff, because that's the one thing I haven't heard about her. Like, I've heard plenty of things or whatever, but like...
While you look that up, I'm going to
see
if... Oh, no, we're still in the break.
And the thing is, like, I agree with the Green Party overall. I would love for there to be more parties than the two-party system.
Well,
why is the Green Party only here every 4 years as, like, a protest vote?
That's what AOC and Jill Stein were arguing over the last couple weeks. Did you guys pick up on that?
No, what's that?
They've been having a back and forth where AOC is like... Jill Stein is a perennial candidate that does nothing to build the Green Party. Like, if she were a serious candidate, she would be starting a grassroots
between
movement.
Any of the presidential elections?
There's huge times where people are craving this. They want that.
And I think, honestly, sorry, this was also in my hat, but third-party candidates.
Yeah.
I want a multi-party system, but multi-party system also gave rise to Adolf Hitler. The multi-party system by itself is not good enough. Where I think it excels is in ranked choice voting.
Yeah, ranked choice is I like ranked choice a lot.
My idea, you don't like Kamala, you're more gonna vote for Claudia de la Cruz or Jill Stein or the Libertarian candidate, whoever.
Just writing in Bernie Sanders again.
Put in Kamala and then fight for ranked choice voting, because that's the only way that we're going to get ranked choice voting. Vote in corporate Democrats, pinch your nose, vote in corporate Democrats, and then push them, fight them from the left.
But if there's ranked choices, there's reasons for them to consider the left as opposed to being there's a joke I did that made people just more upset than anything else, which is, what do you think the best thing about the Trump presidency is? And I got to say, I think it's the Me Too movement. That's a direct it wouldn't have happened under Hillary Clinton. It's a direct reaction to these kind of things, and it's like, okay, you can, but as long as they have, because there's a direct reaction to it. That's the only thing where people are protest voting for Trump, where it's like people will give a shit about Palestine if Trump's president, in a way they won't if Kamala is. Yeah. But there's that level of how do you pull people further to the left when the other side is so far to the right that it makes more sense to pull 3% of right-wing voters over to your side to shift the balance.
Right.
By the way, Butch Ware has said that he is neither a pro-life abortion banner or a transphobe in his own declaration on November 2nd. But that's not the point. It's that Jill Stein is clearly doing this for clout.
She is.
And it's the thing of, there is a really good idea behind the Green Party.
No, there is, and that's why I voted for them on a more local level before.
Someone commented about Jill Stein's interview on Breakfast Club. It's an hour and 9-minute.
Well, yeah. What are you trying to tell us about it?
Yeah, can you tell what's important about the interview?
Or that she's doing outreach.
Yeah, we're not going to show the whole thing,
Victor.
But let us know.
I mean, it's 81 to 168, but I feel like this tells us nothing about anything. I guess we got to see where Pennsylvania and the other swing states break.
Yeah. Haitian liberal. God, do you see what they're fucking saying about Haitians?
Well, I'm assuming Victor voted one way.
Yeah. No, just. Oh no, I lost a nail.
You were too passionate about politics.
I was so passionate about politics, I lost a nail.
For the record, there hasn't been a third candidate to challenge the Democrat or Republican nominees since Ross Perot ran as an independent in 1992.
I do not believe in a two-party system. I think that there should not be a two-party system. I really like ranked choice voting.
Yes.
If Alaska can do it, anyone can do it.
Well, also, I love how the UK did. I watched the latest UK reveal, and it was on at a particular time of the day. I don't know if it was election day. I don't know if it's after, but they revealed it, and it was instant, and it was just, we've tallied everything from everywhere, and here's who won. And it was 10 different parties. It was the Labor, I think the Labor won, and then there was Macron. It was very, and they showed the percentages of who won. And so I feel like ranked choice voting is very much, and that ties in with the popular vote, because the Electoral College was created to preserve slavery.
Yes.
If you don't, that should just be known knowledge at this point. The Electoral College was created to preserve slavery because white men who owned people wanted their voice.
Sorry, I heard white man.
Well, they wanted their
property. Yeah.
They lived in states where men owned other people, and so they needed their vote to have the weight of multiple individuals of their slaves. Yeah. So it's insane that we actually still have the Electoral College.
Yeah, it's stupid because new nations copy and paste our Constitution as a model for theirs, and the only thing they do not take away
Is the Electoral College.
Electoral College.
That's so funny.
This is so stupid. We don't.
Very
so
accurate.
Our Constitution is modeled all over the world except for the fucking Electoral College.
They're
Well,
like,
and it's
clearly this is a scam.
And it's also what makes me like, there are so many, I went to lunch with a person today who didn't vote.
Okay.
And
your friend.
Wait, why were they at lunch? Why weren't they voting?
they're from Texas.
Okay.
It was a very close friend, and she, she came to New York, and it was such a good, like, she's my oldest friend. She got engaged yesterday.
Oof.
Oh, I'm sorry, babe.
That sucks.
And
She got engaged
and I
yesterday?
asked about voting, and she didn't vote, and this was a conversation where she was like, I don't know, I just when it comes to voting, I just feel, and I said, privileged. And she was like, well, no, and I was like, well, no, yes. And then I was like,
So what was her
Yeah.
what was her overall reason?
she just didn't. It wasn't important enough to her to do,
Oh.
and God, it's so like yeah.
No, well, and so many people feel that way, and that's what's shitty.
It's really
That's what
hard
sucks.
for me. Yeah, it's really hard for me to know that about people that you care about, because, like, I don't know, I feel like personally I have a lot of stake in it, and so yes, I expect the people that are in my life to consider me, and maybe that's selfish, but that's what I think. I think that if someone is like, I consider you, I consider humans, I consider people, and I want people to have the rights, like all of the rights that the Constitution promises, that even though it didn't for everybody in the beginning, but I think these things should be promised to all. I believe in full equality. And so it's really hard when you have to kind of like shift your brain a little bit when someone doesn't see the importance of that. But I haven't seen her in years, and so it's like, hey, I have 1 hour with you. What are we going to talk about?
Damn.
About how she didn't vote?
I talked about it for a second, but then I was like,
Yeah.
I do love this person, and I said what I needed to say about that, and then we continued our conversation, and I love her.
They don't. Well, it's also that thing where they don't make it easy to vote. It's not like, it's just a thing where it's like,
I give her no excuses.
That's fair.
She should have voted.
oh, for sure, but they don't make it easy. It is a thing where you have to put in effort, and it's so easy for so many people
God
to not.
forbid, but that doesn't make me feel.
But it wasn't on top of her mind, I guess.
Yeah.
Chelsea.
She
is
did.
saying
My
that-
thing is like it's
'cause,
the
yeah, 'cause-
effort that it takes for you to go get a coffee in the morning is the same effort that it would take you if you were to go vote early.
That's true.
And so I don't feel bad.
Wait,
I don't.
Was she? Does she live in Texas?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like she
There's
was
also
in Texas.
there are mail-in options.
No, of
there
course,
are vote
of
early
course.
options, and there was
Sorry,
the.
as a person with ADHD, it's always
Oh,
like,
me
doing
too.
anything is.
Me too.
You're-
I do too. Like
Yeah.
that. I have Post-it notes. I have like 80 Post-it notes around my desk so that I don't forget anything. I have like constant phone. Like, I get it, but I do the things that I think are important to me, and so that was a little bit.
No,
that,
I totally.
That was
yeah,
tough
yeah, yeah.
for me.
To find out it wasn't important to her is really
Yeah.
difficult. For sure. Yeah, that's very different. That sucks.
Yeah.
Let's go to the phones.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
No, I was kidding. I don't know.
Wait. No. Let's pick another hot talk.
Oh, I gotta take a break. So
Okay.
maybe let's put on.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let's see what
I think he's
Kornaki's
saying
saying.
stuff.
He's not saying anything yet.
No, he's just drawing lines
Yeah.
and maps.
So we're on the Kornacki Cam, which is the live stream version and not the actual broadcast of MSNBC. But you have an inroad with someone you disagree with here in the comments that
I mean, sure, but that's the problem is that if Jill Stein had been campaigning for the past 4 years, or had even been on TikTok for 2. Like,
I
she'd been on
think,
TikTok for 2 years. Plenty of people would pick up and be like, this is a real person who has these, like, beliefs and things is, like, working in. But the problem ends up being is that she shows up for the presidential election, tries to get a whole bunch of popularity and, like, attention, and then disappears again.
Yeah, I believe that if Jill and the Green Party can have those similar numbers like Ross had, maybe she could have challenged both Kamala and Donald in debates.
Hey, Just Cruising Productions. Hi.
The Cruises. I love the Cruises. Hi, Cruises.
They're a hot swinger couple from the swing state of Georgia.
Hell yeah.
I love the Cruises. I love you. Hello.
I hope you've been telling people to vote while banging them.
Fair.
Actually, they may have been.
You were just getting a political divide
Yes.
while spit roasting.
Actually,
I love the Cruises. I love you
Well,
so
actually
much. So good
dividing
to see you.
someone.
Yes.
Illinois
Jill,
seems to have gone blue.
Like,
That's good.
it's
Chicago, you're right. That's
my
they always say-
opinion on Jill and the
I
Green
don't pay attention to
Party
the
and the
middle.
debates is just, it doesn't feel. I feel like she just pops up every election cycle. Like, what has she done in the interims? And what is she actually doing for the future? Like, I don't know any of her. I don't know any of her policies, of her commitments. It just feels very strange. Her vice president recently came out in support of a national abortion ban.
I looked that up. That was not. Was
it debunked?
Yeah,
It was?
He said it. He said he was not a pro-life. I mean, I'll do more research, but
Okay. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Statement by Butch Ware: I am neither a pro-life abortion banner nor a transphobe.
Okay.
It sends me to have to announce this.
Okay. I need to look this up
Two
then.
short clips of my recent comments in a political program taken out of context to usurpate me and holding views I fundamentally reject. I stand for the values and principles I uphold are rooted in full inclusion, respect, and justice for all communities, especially our LGBTQAI2S plus family who have been along the forefront of the green movement of equality.
Okay.
Presented in a hostile interview where misrepresentative through selective editing suggests otherwise. In context, I was engaging with what I thought was a discussion on nuanced policy on Olympic inclusion based on information shared by the IOC.
Okay, that feels very wordy.
Well, sure, but it's edited
okay.
to distort.
So I'm
and
not,
he's saying,
So
he's saying all
maybe I
these
shouldn't
things.
say anything about that. Here's what I will say. I have not heard of Jill Stein except for 2 occasions. The last election and this election.
Wasn't she in the election before that too? Like,
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, that's
Again,
my point.
remember I was a Republican in 2008. Okay.
Yeah, fair.
So I'm
2000, great. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Yeah, it's okay. So maybe that's true. I just
I know. I'm with you in that. I
I
think
have a
that
hard
Jill
time with
Stein.
thinking that she's the progressive.
It's because it would be constant. It would be all over the place. We live in a time.
I don't hear about her until election season comes, and then all of a sudden she's this magical third party that's going to come and save everybody, even though she's not even on all 50 ballots. So it's not even possible. What do you think that what change do you think that you're making for voting?
That's a mirror of what AOC said last month. So yeah, I mean, you're completely in line with AOC in saying that.
It's just like really
It's just that
stupid.
thing where they would show up more. It would be a thing where
Like, I am very against the 2-party system. I don't like it, but that is what we have. And at this point, like, if you cannot see that democracy is on the ballot at this term, then I cannot do anything more to educate you. Nobody can.
But that's the point
and so to find valor and find strength in voting for Jill Stein, who pops up every other election and literally will do nothing and will not win, is so comical.
I mean,
And now
sure,
I'm a
but
little
I guess-
tipsy,
but
so now
also,
I'm being
like,
aggressive.
oh, sorry.
But
Sorry, I didn't mean to pull the mic
I
from you.
know,
But
I
anyway.
know. Now I'm being
But I guess
aggressive.
what I'm trying to say is, like, in a state like New York, fucking vote for Jill Stein. In California, vote for Jill Stein. In places that always go blue.
It shouldn't be like that, though.
But the crazy thing
No,
is that
obviously
voting
it should
for
be-
Jill Stein
you-
is
you
such
should
a
vote your heart.
selfish. Okay,
Well, but no,
vote
but is
for
it-
Jill
is it
Stein and you
selfish in New
feel
York?
better about yourself.
Is it selfish in New York to do that?
This might be the pizza.
Oh, perfect.
Might be the pizza.
Oh my God, the pizza might be here.
I ordered the pizza.
Now we're doing ASMR cheese.
Yes. Can you ring 4F, please? I'll meet you.
Oh no, you've
Okay.
doxed yourself.
I'll get the pizza. All right, I'll go grab it.
All right.
Anyway, Jill Stein vote is fucking crazy.
Well, no, I get where people are coming from when they vote for Jill Stein. They are voting for what they feel is like against the establishment that's happening right now. But like, I agree that third party ranked choice should make that much easier for people to align with overall
Yes.
groups, as opposed to the idea of ranked choice as opposed to it's like, well, if you don't want what we consider if you don't want a felon who has like multiple sexual assault records being the president, then you have to vote for this person who has not gone through any kind of popular vote until today.
Okay, everyone, we're going to take a 2-minute break here
For pizza.
for pizza. We'll be right back.
Oh, hell yeah, Cornell West.
Do you want your microphone on or paused?
No, please.
Yeah, and again, it's kind
I thought that'd be a funny
incrementally. So a lot of these counties, as I said, there's this big division between the vote by mail and the same day, and it's kind of unclear in a lot of these counties. We just don't have enough to say. But one county where we're getting real close, and I think is going to be a very big indicator here, we've talked about this, is Lackawanna County, where Scranton is, and now 90% of the vote is in. And we were looking at this a few minutes ago, and we were saying again that we expected Trump to close, to cut into the lead that Harris had. It was at about 6.5, 7 before. Now with 90%, and you can see he's cut it a little bit. It's down to 5 points. And remember what we're looking for in Lackawanna County. There's two very different ways this has played out in the last two elections. In 2016, Donald Trump got close to only about 3 points behind here. He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points. Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number, Democrats want that number. Right now, it's sitting right in between them. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again, the same day seems to be favoring Trump. How much is it going to favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one because this region where Scranton is, where Lackawanna County is, this is very contested political terrain. I could just show you some of the other counties here. Luzerne County, this is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day is what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest and the diversification is the most dramatic. And that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black. And you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can can go to Newton County here. This was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won in 2020. Almost all the vote is in. Harris has improved on it. You see this. You could take a look at Henry County. Almost 80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So the thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge, the huge populations, you start with Fulton County, and we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72-6 in 2020. Harris has fallen a tick below that. Meanwhile, Trump 26-2 here in 2020 is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only 80% counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same-day came in, and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this, Douglas, Cobb County. We also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County. Again, take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day has come in. And Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82%, more same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast-growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time around, down to 24. So, again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And finally, we close out on this. We're basically done in Fayette County. We ID'd this one at the start of the night as, look, if Democrats were actually flipping this, they are definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here in this big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Like,
Oh, okay. Interesting.
you know what I mean? Like, it's that weird thing where they've liked all my pictures since this
Strange.
broadcast. Have you guys been liked by the Orthodox Orphan Center?
Nope. That's a soul achievement for you.
They have liked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of my stories. Or 8 of my posts. 9 of my posts.
They want ya.
Mm-hmm.
So, has any swing state been called yet?
I don't think so. Well, like Florida, but
Florida's not a swing state anymore.
that's fair. No, oh, you're right. Especially since like everybody migrated there.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know about you, but everyone that I knew in the pandemic, in the lockdown specifically, that moved to Florida, Miami, they were of like the
Deepest.
trust fund, kind of like we need to take our party and our art to another state to capital. Like they were like deep in the trenches of like neoliberalism at best.
Yeah.
They weren't the progressive types that moved down to Florida in the lockdown.
No one, like, literally, I was doing shows in 2020 in Florida in March. Like, right before. Like, literally, I left, like, New York was shutting down, and I left a flight in Florida, being like, well, I guess I have COVID now.
Wasn't that part of your stand-up?
What? No. Was that one of the jokes I did about...
Was that not? Like...
This music is so intense.
I know, always. Finally, news you recognize and trust. Today,
Come on, Edge.
Chelsea and the Bees.
Come on, Edge.
But yeah, not that. I was leaving, but I left that like I was so mad. The person who was supposed to take me to the airport was late. I was like, I'm gonna get stuck in fucking Florida and die in this pandemic.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was that thing where, but everybody in Florida was still up partying that weekend. They were like I was telling people that there's gonna be a comedy show, and they're like, yeah, fucking pandemic's a scam, dude.
I remember when there were like underground sex parties happening during COVID.
Oh
And
yeah,
I was like, whoa, this feels crazy.
that's true. I was in an Uber during the pandemic because I was dating someone on the other side of town, and they'd be like, if you wear a mask, I will Uber you to my place. That's a 1-to-1 person interaction. But then that guy was telling me about how he went to all these gay sex parties over the pandemic, like during the pandemic.
I had such a similar experience. I went on a date with this guy, and then he was like, hey, can I come over? Like a week later, he came over the next day. He was like, hey, I just wanted you to know I have COVID. And I was like, oh, where'd you get it? And he was like, could have been the fucking giant 20-person party I was at yesterday.
So this guy didn't say that. This guy was just like, he hadn't gotten COVID from these sex parties yet. He was just like, listen, I've been gay since the 80s. I survived AIDS.
So
I'm
you're
not gonna
immune to
worry about-"
COVID?
Yeah, he was like, I'm just not worried about COVID. And I was like, all right, yeah, I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong here. I can't.
Well, my whole thing about COVID is that, like, I know that I would be okay if I got COVID, which, just for the record,
you might be, but you don't know that.
I have never, and I'm sure I've had it, but I've never tested positive for COVID.
I've also never tested positive for COVID. I've never felt like I've had it.
Everyone who says, "Oh, I'm sure that I've had COVID before because like I had a thing at this one point," I don't know.
No. We're actually.
Did.
I'm disagreeing.
I probably did.
I think you're turning up mine instead of yours. But no. I think I'm not. No, I'm not saying I don't think I've ever had it. I just think it's weird to like people react so strongly, like it's like a moral thing. Because it's a moral disease. Like COVID had this moral thing attached to it of like what good people are supposed to do around this disease. So if I've never had it, but I also haven't.
Understand. I guess maybe I'm reacting a little bit to like this idea that like, oh, I must have already had it because of like George Santos said, oh, I must have been like one of the first people, like it's a badge of honor.
Yeah. No, I'm not early adopting. I'm saying it's one of those things where I've never tested positive for COVID, so I assume I've never had it. But also, when you say you've never had it, people go that you know of, and you're like, okay, well then,
Sure.
yeah, you're right. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, well, I've had COVID. I assume.
I'm also very pro people masking whenever it makes them feel comfortable.
Great.
I am not against people masking at all, and I continuously read horror stories of people going into hospitals masked, and the healthcare practitioners are not. And there's this like weird stigma against people who are still masking, when in reality it's like, no, COVID still exists. Like, this is still a real thing. And to shame someone for putting an extra protection around themselves, why would anyone make someone... It doesn't affect you at all. If anything, it protects you.
It's crazy.
If anything,
all
it
does is protect you.
And it feels insane for people who mask to be felt as or to be treated poorly. Like, oh my God, if they're not protecting themselves, they're also protecting you. Like, why do you give a flying fuck about whether somebody masks?
Well, it's just team. It's like, which team are you playing on?
I'm on a team of people having their own individual choice to do with their bodies literally whatever they want to do, as long as it does not infringe upon the rights of others.
Yeah, but maybe you should do things my way instead. Have you ever considered that? Like, have you ever just considered doing things my way exactly? Because that would be the thing that makes me feel the most comfortable. Like, if you could actually just stop doing things your way and just do things 100% my way, that would make me feel comfortable and safe.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing that will work.
Okay.
And actually, I approve that God wanted that to happen. So just do things my way. But
It's
also,
crazy because
important part.
It's
to
crazy
add,
because it's a joke, but it's also crazy because it's true.
But also, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. So, like, also that. And that's an ethos I think everyone should abide by.
Should we pull another hot take?
Ohio's being reported as it's gonna go to Trump.
No, yeah, they've been they project winners out their fucking ass. Okay.
They're 73% in.
What did I said? 60%, right?
Well, I want to hear Steve a little bit.
10 o'clock Eastern hour. And suddenly what you get out of, remember here, Maricopa County, that's what you're looking at right here where Phoenix is, more than 60% of the vote in the entire state is in here, and Maricopa County all at once releases this, more than half of its vote. Now, let me tell you what you're looking at here, because if you remember from 2020, the story in Maricopa and in Arizona is very distinct
it's just
buckets
starting.
of votes
The
that
polls
come
closed.
in different
So why are we
and that have very
projecting a
different looks in
fucking
terms of
winner?
which party
They're
they
not.
favor.
It literally.
And what you're looking at in Maricopa County, this
Not
is
for
all
Arizona.
of the in-person
That was
early
PA.
vote.
That's my bad.
And this is all of the absentee. The
That was
mail-in
my,
vote
incorrect
that was received
reading.
by last Friday.
Apologies.
So that is what you get first here. That's what you're looking at. What will then happen in Maricopa County over the next few hours is they will count up the same day vote, the folks who went and voted today. That's typically a Republican-friendly batch of voters. So you'll see in the next few hours these numbers change, and then you will have the majority of the vote in Maricopa County will be in, and then we will wait. Because every night now, going through the week, they're going to work through the rest of that vote by mail, the stuff that came in on Saturday, on Sunday, but stuff that was dropped off today. There's still a lot of that to come, but as a starting point, if you compare this to 2020, when this number came out in 2020, Joe Biden had a high single-digit advantage over Harris in that initial batch in Maricopa County. If you remember, the story in 2020 all week was Trump trying to play comeback in Arizona. This is his starting point now in Maricopa. Also, the other big population center in Arizona, this is Pima County, where Tucson is. This is the more Democratic of the two big counties here. Again, basically the same deal. You've got this initial batch here here. That's half the vote. Again, Biden, you can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see what Harris is getting right now. But what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same day vote. So we'll see how that affects the count. And again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight and this thing is still very, very close, you're kind of locked in probably for a few days of results just because of that pace, where once a night you'll kind of get updates from these counties. So the question here obviously is if somebody gets a clear advantage, this is the statewide number right now. Half the vote has been counted out. We'll see in the coming hours if there's clear separation between these candidates at all. Otherwise, it could take some time there in Arizona. I want to return to Pennsylvania because I think we've got a pretty big development here in part of the story we've been following all night. We have been flagging Lackawanna County, big one where Scranton is, heart of Northeast Pennsylvania, a very contested region here politically. And the question has been, what would this land at? And you're now basically looking at it. This is probably it in Lackawanna County. And Kamala Harris is going to, this is where Scranton is. Kamala Harris, you see, winning this by 3 points over Donald Trump. But remember, we were using this as a gauge because in 2020, Joe Biden won this by 8.5 points, won the state. In 2016, Donald Trump lost this only by about 3.5 points, 3.4 points. This was a winning combination for Donald Trump. He won the state. This was a losing combination for Donald Trump. Tonight, at 3.1 points, his loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit less than the 2016 margin. This was one of our key questions in Pennsylvania tonight. Would Donald Trump get back to his 2016 level in a big blue-collar county like this? Because there are a lot of big blue-collar counties like this throughout the contested northern tier of the battleground. This I'm flagging for you because we said it at the start of the night. We'd use this as a bellwether also because this is now the complete one. We've been looking for complete counties. We've got a complete county here. So that's what it lands at right there. That was the question we asked. We now have an answer. Luzerne County, another biggie. Again, this is all big blue-collar counties, northeast Pennsylvania, slowly getting that same day, that election day vote counted up. Trump's lead now is 11 points. This is where Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania is. He needs to hit this number and probably surpass it. So keep an eye as this remaining vote comes in. But like Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in. Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here. We got half the vote in. And you see, Harris is going to win this thing in an absolute landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been the margin. Because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even as Democrats won the state and improved on 2016, Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia. And the reason he lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia was Donald Trump performed a little bit better in some heavily Hispanic parts of the city. So the question, another key question tonight has been, do Democrats win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now, you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81-18, essentially, in 2020. And right now, it's 79-20. The key is this, as they count up, I keep saying the same-day vote. I'm saying that because we know the same-day vote is favoring the Republicans a bit. So when I say they're tallying up the same day, there's an expectation there that it's the best numbers for Trump that are still being tabulated right now. The twist in Philadelphia, though, is they still have tens of thousands of vote-by-mail ballots. And we expect at about midnight that they're going to release that second batch of vote-by-mail ballots. So as we get closer there, we're going to follow this and see if Trump can maintain this 20%, maybe even he grows it. That would be fantastic news for him if he does that. But at about midnight, a very big batch of what are going to be very Democratic-friendly votes are going to come in. And so that may answer or really get us close to an answer on this other key question we're asking in Pennsylvania. Are the Democrats able to hold what they have in Philadelphia and maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads? Because, again, this is a county where a city, that Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out and see. Oh, I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total, and I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there is one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania's in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition. Right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now you see, with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him.
I don't know.
A little bit short
I really don't know. I really don't know.
This is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining election day vote still to be counted.
If Trump wins,
is that we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that
I
going to
don't
happen
think
in
that I'll
Cumberland
have a
County?
relationship with my family anymore.
That he hits that
like,
number
at all.
and surpasses that 2020 number. This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost.
I literally, like,
I
won't.
So
I won't want to be around them.
To come in. And I can also about Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era.
I do love Kamala
started
Harris
in
winning.
2016. While it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red.
You know what, family? We can be friends.
No, it won't be that either, because I'll never be able to forget like where they actually stand.
This was actually a bit
no, it's honestly, it's a very minute difference because okay, Harris, like I still text them frequently. Like we still talk. Like, what are you doing today? I don't.
Those check-ins.
I've stopped trying. Like, our conversations are not political, so I don't actually interact with them in that way anymore. But if this happens, like, I know that my life will change drastically, and so my relationship with them would change drastically. But I don't do that now, and I actually don't.
You kind of avoid
like
engaging in that way.
My sister and I are paying for our mom, my MAGA mom, to come here to see us for Christmas. Like, I'm paying for half of her ticket. Like, I don't, like, she's my mom.
Right. But, like, and that she could still support people who want you, like, not to be able to live the life you want to live.
But there's, like, it's not like, I'm not even, like, I don't want to say long con, but I, like, long game. Like, they're, like, when I have kids, I'm not going to take them around them that often.
Yeah, I mean,
and I'm not going to leave them with my family. Like, I'm just, like, not going to. And so that's something that they maybe haven't considered, but I will never forget. And, like, maybe that's bad, or maybe that's...
No, but I have siblings. I have a sibling with a kid, and, like, part of one of the things he has to think about is, like, who he brings him around. And, like, he's not allowed around my dad, because it's like, yeah, I don't think you're going to be giving him the best piece of feedback or advice.
Yeah, like, I don't want you around my kid.
Yeah.
And it's not, I accept and love you as my mom, but I don't want you around my kid. And they're not going to...
Let's say it to the camera.
I mean,
no,
I'll say it wherever, but it sucks.
No, it definitely, it is tough how this, like, divides in a way where you're like, well, this is what you feel, like, and you can't, like, most of the time, I've just not heard a good argument.
Well, I had now I've had some wine. No, I had like a little, like a baby breakdown at work today, just because
Why? What's going on?
Nothing crazy. No, it's the family has voted. It's too late. Right?
Yeah.
I will never, there's nothing to come back from. Like, it's too, like,
everything's already happened in the
like
way.
It's so crazy. Like, you made your choice. Like, you chose. And you chose. Like, like,
no, that's really
knowing,
difficult.
like, knowing everything that you knew. Like, you chose. And today's the day. And so it's, like, really...
Hey guys, we're sponsored by Blue Chew.
Sorry.
Having trouble keeping it up during the election. No.
Sorry,
No, it's okay.
but it's just it's like a real
Yeah. No, absolutely.
just like this is like there's no going back at this point. So it's just like been kind of hard to deal with, but
Yeah, I mean, that is like but also, do you really feel like? And I don't know how to like ask this in any way that's like, I'm not leading when I say that. I'm truly like, you don't think there's not really a way for your family to come back from this?
it's just hard because like I have been like I'm a very vocal person about like how I feel, and so it started like my pushback started when I was 16 and I'm 32.
And it's been the same pushback.
So it's been like the same pushback for like 16 years.
Yeah.
And
That's
at
fair.
some point, you get kind of tired of making the same points.
So there's the phrase "blood is thicker than water." No, hold on, let me. We all know the phrase.
Yeah.
But what it means is actually the opposite of what people think it means, because it's the blood of the covenant is thicker than the waters of family relations, and it was originally designed to be around knights who participated in the Crusades, like kind of to explain PTSD. Is like,
oh, that's interesting.
no one could really understand what they had gone through except for the people who had also fought in the Crusades. So it doesn't matter that your family doesn't understand why you're like waking up in the night screaming, trying to like murder your wife because you have like this crazy fucked up PTSD from the Crusades. It's like your brothers in the Crusades will understand you.
Yeah.
And so what it really is trying to say is that like family only goes so far. It's the people who have suffered in the way that you have suffered, and the people who understand where you're coming from, that it will always truly be your family, regardless of what birth canal you shot from.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
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 Anyway, fuck your fucking family. Fuck those dudes. Yeah. Fuck you. What's your mom's name? Connie? Fuck you, Connie.
No, it's very complex.
Yeah, no, clearly. Was I not approaching this with the nuance you needed?
No.
This thing, other people are listening to this, Chelsea,
Yes,
right?
No, that like what you said like resonates very heavily. I think it makes perfect sense. Like
Yeah.
I appreciate this. Yes.
No, of course, yeah.
Like fully. Yeah. Oh my god, no, I didn't
I just wanted to undercut my point immediately.
Oh,
That's all
okay. I was
saying.
like, oh my god, I wasn't trying to like minimize you or
No,
like what you
I
said
just
in
think it's
any
funny to
way.
yell, fuck you, Connie.
Okay, fair.
Anyway, the
Yeah.
election's bad.
Anyways, we'll see how it goes.
It's one of those things though. Yeah, I haven't been touring in the same way this year at the last, and it does feel like, I don't know, it just still keeps going like this, where like people are like, it's not affecting me day to day. Also, so many people think of the president as their daddy, like fully. Like that's why like it's always so funny when you hear like hardcore right-wing guys like go Mr. President, and you can feel them like jerk off the president a little bit with their voice. They're like, thank you, Mr. Trump. And you're like, well, just suck him off, dude. That'll be less blowjobby than what you're doing.
I have two comments. One is a comment, and the other is like a conspiracy theory.
I love both
Are
of
you
this.
ready?
My body is ready.
You know what I'm gonna say?
I don't. I should.
I love it. Okay. I forgot what the first one that I was gonna say was.
Just tell me the conspiracy theory.
Okay,
Wait, common versus blowing Trump or Mr. President. President is daddy.
no, I don't remember what I was gonna say.
Okay, great.
But I know my conspiracy theory is that Trump has blackmail on all of the main flip-floppers in the Republican Party. So, like, think Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell's not a flip-flopper, though. He's like a hardcore party line conservative. Like,
But after January 6th, he was like totally against Trump.
but I guess I think a lot of the Republicans are almost taken hostage by an audience they fully don't believe in. Like, it's the same way Fox News was ordered to pay like $800 million in like libel suit, like fraud stuff. And it was like based around a lot of people on Fox News being like, yeah, we know we're not telling the truth, but this is what's getting ratings. So what are we supposed to do? And like the $800 billion they're going to spend will be bad, but not anything compared to like the amount of money they'll make by spreading the lies. So I think a lot of people like Mitch McConnell realize that Trump is where the people are going, and their options are to fight against that wave or follow it. And frankly, they've already decided to follow whatever wave they're on. That's why they're the Senate Majority Leader, whatever the fuck McConnell was. It House Majority Leader, whatever. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But that's it. Was he Senate?
McConnell?
Yeah,
Senate
Majority Leader. Yeah, so that's you get to be that point is by being kind of a spineless tool who can see where the wind's blowing.
Well, I think he has blackmail on a lot of people.
What do you think the blackmail is?
I don't know.
You think like he has P tapes?
I think he has blackmail on like McConnell, on Tucker Carlson.
What's the blackmail you think he has? Like, what do you think is like?
Sorry, my mic is off. Tucker Carlson shouldn't have blackmail because Tucker Carlson by himself is an awful person. It's not like he was like, oh, I'm this wonderful progressive agent one day, and then he's just a complete cock holster for Trump the next. Like, he was just always this person.
Who are the people that have like turned for Trump severe? Like J.D. Vance might have.
I think there's blackmail.
Lindsey Graham. I mean, if you look
Lindsey Graham's very gay.
Mitch McConnell.
Oh, he's so gay.
Lindsey Graham,
He's
Mitch
so
McConnell,
Ken Loach.
Kevin McCarthy, Marjorie.
Taylor Greene.
No, the other Marjorie. Yeah,
Johnson.
Taylor Thomas.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, Mike Johnson. I think that they're. I think there's blackmail.
Wait,
Well,
how many votes do they have to get?
I don't know.
You don't know?
This is my. That's
By the
my
way,
theory.
Chelsea.
This is my theory.
No, I think.
This is my conspiracy
Chelsea has a
theory.
lot of theories. She's got a lot of ideas based on feelings.
Oh, I
do.
love that.
I do. I'm wrong sometimes. Probably a lot of times. But
I love a good theory, though.
it's fun to guess.
What's a theory you got right now?
I just told you.
My
blackmail.
Oh yeah, blackmail.
My
What do you think the
blackmail
blackmail
conspiracy.
is? Like, you just think he has random blackmail? Where do you get it from?
No, I think that he has like the best of investigators, and I think that I think that there are a lot of the people who have at one point were against Trump, and then they like flip-flopped. I think that he has blackmail on them. And I think that it's intense enough to where they change their support.
I guess the question I have to ask is, what do you think is more likely? That Trump has blackmail on all these people individually, or that they're all pretty spineless and are going where they think the wind is blowing?
What if I say both?
So they're doing it because that's where the wind is blowing. Also, he has blackmail?
He's blackmailing them, and then they don't have anywhere else to go. So why not just, if they're going to make money off of being involved with him and they're under his like wing.
So might as well just go with the
Just go with
shit
it.
because it's happening already.
I don't know.
We don't know.
We don't.
It's
we
actually too
don't
early
know.
to call.
You heard it here first, ladies and
It's
gentlemen.
actually too early
Well,
to
this
call.
is what happens though. It's always a fucking nervous fucking race for the first part of it. Although I guess if you were rooting the other way most of the time during these races, you'd be like, "Wow, early lead," and then they just stay there for a while.
I would be so pleased with this entire thing if they didn't have the little projected winner stickers.
That's it. That's the thing.
That's
the thing. That's the thing that's ruining it.
That's what's ruining it for me is the projected winner stickers.
The old willy-nilly. Don't like it.
Well, except for Florida, 90%. Okay, fair. What did I say? I said 60%, right?
80%. You said 75%.
60.
No,
You
I
said
think I said
12%.
60. No, I think I said 60.
I don't know what Matt could be doing then otherwise.
I actually think I said 60.
You did say 60.
Right? Okay,
You did say
yes.
60.
Yeah,
Let's go. Let's roll the tape.
Roll the tape. No, I said 60.
Could you pass me the box?
I am boxy, yes.
Of wine?
Of wine?
It's green.
What? Guys, we should have made a drinking game with this.
I know. I meant to look up a bingo or like a...
We'd be dead.
I know. And then I had to like work today.
And also, we haven't been like listening to anything. Like, what is it? Take a shot when you hear Blue Wall or something like.
Oh, no. I didn't mean like an election one. Just every time we say something stupid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like a drinking game. I know. I meant to look one up, and then I just like.
And then you just decide to get drunk the old-fashioned way?
No, I went to work and I actually had to like work
Yeah,
today.
that's the worst.
It was very annoying.
I had to go to my job, which is being a clown.
Bleh.
I wish it was stand-up. No, just being a clown. That's why I know how to make balloons now.
All right, let's see if we can find.
You know what?
a drinking game.
There's some great clowns out there.
Yeah, it really does feel like hubris.
How long are we gonna do this for? Do you think?
I don't know. Till the end of time.
Hey, guys, how did you find out Chelsea was starting to be done with the podcast?
No, I'm not done with it. I know I'm getting drunker and I'm gonna smoke more, and so I just get like
You can
nervous.
smoke and drunk.
This
drink,
is all
drink
this is
and
all a
drunk.
mess.
No, I know. I'm just like, what am I gonna say?
Well, we have like 3
Oh.
people online at this point. So Victor and 2 other people. Like, we're good.
I think one of them's
Lord.
me.
It's gonna be me. Yeah. Okay.
Wow, he's saying a lot of. Let's tune into
Let's tune
fucking
in.
this
Okay.
dude.
Implications here. If Trump gets Georgia and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those 2 states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and
So if he
Georgia,
wins
Donald
all
Trump is
3 of
able
the
to
swings.
lock down victories in those states, I say if. But based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that could happen. If Trump wins those 2 states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Just check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more
If
vote out
Trump
of here. This is
wins,
one of
I'm
the
gonna
key
be, like,
bellwethers we're using
real
because this is
depressed.
Northeast Pennsylvania border. There's a ton of vote in here.
I just
and
feel
this
like
is the
that
area
should be
Trump campaign
known.
said they're going to improve
Like,
by
it's
2020
gonna
here.
be
Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is
bad.
ticking up closer to that 2020
Sorry,
level here.
it's just
so
such a
keep
funny,
an eye on
like,
that
thing to
and the rest of the
say,
state.
like-
But
So
Pennsylvania,
true, though.
Yeah, of
given what we're
course.
seeing in Georgia and North Carolina,
Of course.
increasingly taking center stage
No,
right
I'm gonna
here.
be psyched.
One that the Harris campaign has always
that's-
wanted,
that's a real
felt
thing
they
that
needed.
happened.
If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina,
am I gonna
if
do?
then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for
A friend of
Democrats.
mine found out they fucked a Trump supporter when they hooked up. The day after the elections were revealed in 2020,
Okay.
like that Saturday,
Oof.
when everybody started partying in the streets of New
Yeah.
York, they had hooked up with this guy, and then all the partying started. He went, fuck, and he looked at his phone and then yelled fuck harder and looked outside and was like, just started screaming fuck and like started putting on his clothes, mad as shit.
Oh,
Wow,
no.
he fucking like, and that's how she found out she like fucked a Trump supporter.
Oh, that's so disappointing. Yeah, I had like a little run. Like there's a when I go into my building, there's like a reception area, and there's this one guy who's there in the mornings, and I think he's kind of cute. His name is Osmond. I call him Oz.
The boy from.
I don't know where he's from. We just
Okay.
say hi to each other in the mornings.
that. Yeah,
But I
yeah.
have like a little crush on him. So I'm walking in this morning, and we've never said anything to each other other than good morning. How are you? So this morning he says, "How are you?" And I was like, "Ugh, I'm nervous." And he was like, "Why?" And I said, "Election day." And I'm saying this as I'm like swiping my card to go through the little gate, and then I gotta type my floor number into the pad so the elevator comes.
Life, joy.
Right. So then I'm walking in, and I said election day, and he was like, "Oh yeah, did you vote?" And I was like, "Of course, Kamala, we're gonna do this." And I said, "Did you vote?" And he said, no, I'm not really into the politics thing. And I said, oh, well, the politics thing is pretty into you. He said, and then he said, who'd you vote for? And I said, Kamala. And I said, I know you didn't vote, but who would you vote for? And he said, I really like Trump's policies.
On what?
And I said, ooh. And then the door opened and I walked in the elevator and I went away. And I lost my crush on him forever.
I like the ooh.
It was so gross.
Let me say right
And I was
now,
like,
though.
So gross. So gross.
It was so gross.
Let's talk some Delaware, Joy.
All right.
Victor, it's not our apartment either, so okay.
You can smoke in our apartment that's not ours.
I usually light an incense. So it, like,
There's an incense, so that erases everything.
It balances it out. I can't
By the way, Delaware has elected its first openly transgender. Delaware's elected the first openly transgender member to Congress. Sarah McBride. So fuck yeah, Delaware again.
Any relation to
Snaps
Danny?
For Delaware. Love it.
Not that I know. I feel like that would have come up at some point.
Do you think an incense would like ruin the vibe or what?
We can do another incense.
I think a fart would, but we can try an incense.
Oh God. Okay. So dramatic.
Can we fart, Vi?
Okay. Now I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get my favorite
Sorry.
one.
You're gonna get your favorite incense?
I'm gonna get my favorite incense.
Guys, you heard it here first. We're getting our favorite incense.
I know.
How much was it? $2 at the.
They're all
There's a great incense shop near Barclays.
They're only $2.
They got like a 200 pack of incense for about $4.
Hell yeah. Next poll is closed in 20 minutes. Are we all excited?
Just can't hide it.
I'm nervous.
Yeah, what are the key races?
I'm nervous.
Have we talked about the key races, guys?
You wish.
Chelsea, you're not a microphone. Just
No. Yeah, she's just throwing shade.
riffing.
I'm just talking shade.
Your boobs are okay. Now they're okay. All right.
I mean, listen, that's why people are on the camera. That's why people are subscribed to the live stream. No.
Silly. Okay.
People are. All right, guys. Matt, let's go. Dick, right to camera.
I
As a
did
team.
twice and nobody noticed.
Hell yeah.
No one noticed this whole time.
All right. I'm ready.
What are the key races?
I don't even know what's going on.
All right. So I can tell you that Texas unfortunately has not moved to the blue column this year. So.
Oh, you mean no? I meant like the key races, like other than I'm familiar with the presidential election, but like what about like Senate, House?
Oh yes. So you're not familiar? All right. So
No, I mean what's going on? Like have what are the key races? Like what's like the main
the
upsets?
competitive ones.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin.
Okay.
Colin Allred and Ted Cruz.
Colin Allred. Sherrod Brown in Ohio. Incumbent Democrat.
And we haven't seen any results of any of these.
You know what? I'm not sure. We've been stuck on this.
What if we do a YouTube refresh?
Or just like a general check.
All right. Give me a minute.
All right, Chelsea, how are you? How are you feeling? How many glasses of wine in are we?
I am feeling zooted. Is that a word?
It is now.
Yeah, zooted and booted.
Zooted and booted. You heard it here first. We're reporting it with 70% sobriety.
Zooted, booted, and 22-ted.
Sorry, we're reporting it with 7% sobriety.
Great. We're reporting with zooted, booted, 22-ted.
Ooh, not good.
Yeah,
It's not good?
we'll see. I feel like it's too close to call.
Well, what like
Okay,
we're looking at some races.
Okay, let me. Sorry, Steve. Okay. This is
So
we're
what
looking at.
So
like
this
Texas?
is these are the
Cruz?
Senate results.
So
Okay.
okay. So far, Texas has not been called yet.
But it's leaning heavily towards
It's
Ted
leaning
Cruz.
heavily toward very, very heavily.
Honestly, that's fine, but God, Ted
almost
Cruz,
10%.
he sucks.
Like,
He
imagine hanging out with
sucks.
Ted Cruz once.
Ted Cruz sucks. Like, he sucks so bad, and it's like crazy because he's like their guy, and he's just like the worst.
Oh, that's good. Arizona.
Kerry Lake has not won yet.
Well, but with 50% reporting, he's 7% ahead.
Right. Let's see what we got here. Wisconsin is one of the most competitive right now.
And that is very neck and neck. Tammy Baldwin and Eric.
Where are we at?
Oh.
Iowa.
Iowa doesn't not have any Senate race this year. Michigan is very competitive this year. That has not been called yet.
Yeah, wow.
On Iowa.
PA?
Ohio.
That's not looking great.
Not looking great.
PA?
PA, also very competitive. Not been called yet.
Also, like neck and neck.
Neck and neck.
Delaware, hell yeah.
It's too early. It's too early. I feel like we can't. It's
No, we're
too-
looking-
Delaware's been called.
We're looking.
That's
this-
not competitive.
Yeah.
It's too
Oh, so that was our representative who moved over.
Okay. Montana's the other big one.
Wait, Maryland? Who was Larry?
We can't even talk about
Oh,
Montana.
Larry,
It's
Larry Hogan
Larry
fucking
Hogan.
sucks. Yeah, Maryland.
74%.
That's great.
74%.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other big one's Montana. John Tester has been.
4%. 4%.
Oh,
It's
See?
not called,
Right.
but it's not called. It's
Yeah,
not
4%
called.
reported.
Well,
so
because
he's-
we don't
one's
have it
called
on fucking MSNBC where they're like, confirmed Montana.
Yeah, Chelsea hates MSNBC. Fuck them.
Actually,
Yeah.
I actually love MSNBC.
I do
really
think Arizona
do.
is solidly blue.
I
though,
have my
for
favorite. I
Senate.
love Ari and Nicole and Joy. I love.
So
Simone.
far the Republicans have won one seat, but everything else is so contested that it's hard to tell anything else. Should we look at
Correct.
the other one?
House?
The House, yeah. The other one. You're drunk.
Your
You're drunk.
face is drunk.
Lost 3 seats. GOP has gained 2.
Again, it's too early.
Yeah.
It's too early.
We should start this
Everybody
podcast at
just-
10:30.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, 10:30 a.m.
It's crazy. I brought my computer home because I'm probably gonna have to work from home tomorrow.
Areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. More than half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just want to show you, this was a bad number for Donald Trump 4 years ago. He won this by a little bit less than 23 points. This was a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan in 2016, winning here by about just under 30 points. And his margin tonight is looking more so far like 2016 than it is 2020. This is a pattern that's being repeated. We're showing you, not a lot of counties in Michigan
I wonder
have
if
this
you
much
could
voting,
monitor,
but in those
like,
that are, we're
sexism
starting
of
to
an
see
area
this. And
based
again,
on
we're
who
seeing
voted
this in
for
other
Biden.
areas of the battleground, the northern tier of the battleground. Pennsylvania, we had some more that just came in, almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County. Okay, this is where Reading is. One of the things we talked about, Reading has the highest concentration of Hispanic residents of any city in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign said we
is
are going to
gonna go
make
on
gains with
for
Hispanic
fucking
voters.
ever.
The national exit poll is showing Trump making substantial gains with Hispanic voters tonight. I've seen counties way outside the battleground with large Hispanic
Thank you,
populations where Donald
Cohemsa.
Trump has made dramatic gains tonight. Some in Virginia,
Appreciate
Hudson
you.
County, New Jersey is another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County, and again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a
Man was
fraction of
not
a
made
point
to sit here and
different.
listen to
But
election
that's
results.
a win for the Trump
There's
campaign.
no way
because in
we
the
were like
context-
designed to do
look at
this.
It was an 18-point race. Trump won
Let's-
here by 18 points in
okay.
2016.
Where's the
Democrats
hat?
made a
Where's-
huge
okay.
jump. This was one of their biggest in the
Matt.
state in 2020, bringing it
Choose.
down to 10. They wanted
Matt
to
in the
keep
hat.
this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop
Choose.
the losses in Cumberland.
I know. I was getting lost in it.
I,
was
I
like,
don't believe in hats. I don't believe in hats until all the results come in.
He's a hat earther.
okay,
You know I'm just gonna pick one of mine, right?
probably yes.
Yeah. Because I got the big ones. You fold yours in the tiny origami.
Well, I want them to be secure.
What's your hot take on Hillary nowadays?
But she not doing anything. I don't know. I read a book. It was bad. I don't know.
Which one?
Not the what happened. I'm gonna read what happened. That seems so funny. Just to relitigate the election. Be like, wah! I don't know. Like, I think about that old joke of like Donald Trump is proof that anyone can be president except Hillary Clinton.
Except for Hillary Clinton. Well, that is the thing, though. It's like, so in that primary, I voted for Bernie, but I actually didn't quite know who I was going to vote for until the election day on that one, because I have like you with Biden, I have a bit of affinity with Hillary because she's from my hometown. We went to the same school.
Oh, really?
And actually, we had at least...
You guys both went to Hard Knocks?
We both did. We both had the same algebra teacher, except it was his first year teaching her and his last year teaching me. So there is a little bit of that hometown thing there. But I always thought that like Hillary was a bit of a Greek tragedy figure a little bit, because at the time that she was First Lady of Arkansas, she was too liberal. She was too feminist. She was too this. She was too that. She went by Hillary Rodham. She had to go back to Hillary Clinton to appease
so that he could get elected.
So that he could get elected. And then when her time came, she was too conservative. She was too entrenched in the Democratic machine. However, the Democratic Party became a home for her, a community for her, because she was a Republican when she was growing up. She didn't have a home. The Democratic Party was a home for her. She embraced her new family, and then in 2016 was said, because you're part of the Democratic Party, we don't like you anymore. Bernie is anti-establishment and you're part of the establishment. She never won. She never had her time. She was both too progressive in the 80s and too conservative in the 2000s. And for that, I say she's just a Greek tragedy.
I guess. I think it's that thing of we all kind of have in our heads what we deserve to have. And it's like, no one deserves to be president. That's a psycho job that, like, honestly, at this point, it's like designed for top-level narcissists in such a strong degree who, like, can manipulate their personality on a dime. And I think Hillary Clinton, as much as it's almost ironic to say, might be too principled to be the president.
Yeah.
Because she kind of is herself the whole time, and people kind of wholly were like, yeah, I don't know if I want to hang out with that person. Which shouldn't matter for the president, but it's the entire reason George Bush was elected. You got a YouTube video to pull up?
I mean,
No, sorry,
I think
just
it's
technical.
funny. Like the first part of what you were saying, I was like, I'm listening and I'm listening. I'm like prepping all of these arguments, and then halfway through, I was just like, oh my God, I'm so tired. So I'm not even going to try and like prepare my set of arguments. And then, you know, you have your bar for this of like, oh, she should have done this and this and this. And it's like, and then it continued. And it's like the bar for a woman to just like meet a standard is just like
crazy. Yeah, it's absolutely
it's so insane. And she just has to be your vision of perfection, and the bar for anybody else is just like at Earth's core forever.
Yeah,
and
that's
so
my point.
so well, no, it's my point
but
because
like
I'm
Howard-
listening to both of these things of like
Howard
what
Dean got
would make
disqualified.
I'm listening to both to all of the descriptions of what them being perfect would be for you.
I didn't say any of that.
Or no, yeah, and then I'm just like, oh no, I'm not even gonna try anymore because it's just impossible.
No, I'm criticizing
He's
her
more
position on being seen that way. I'm saying that she was a tragic Greek figure because
Instead of
the
being
society decided that
she
it was
doesn't
never
have to
her
be
moment.
classified as a tragic Greek figure. She's like an actual human who did the things that she did.
Right, I'm saying that she was
Like, why do you have to classify her as like a tragic Greek figure?
She also
because
like,
she never became the thing that society expected her. I'm doubling down on your point. Like, I agree with you. Like, as I was saying, like, she was too progressive for First Lady of Arkansas, but too conservative to be United States president. And that should not have been, because I did vote for her. Like, it's kind of fucked up. In
it's
much
also
of the way of
thing
Harris.
she's also had a smear campaign against her since like 1994.
At least.
That's what, like at least
Yeah.
like a national smear campaign.
Well, it started by her husband and his own infidelity.
No.
And the fact that
before the infidelity.
Sure, and that only added on the fact that
Of
she
course.
stayed with him through
Well,
that.
but that's the thing is Republicans that's an either or one, because either she stays with her husband and she's like someone who doesn't respect real marriage or whatever, or she divorces her husband and then she's like a woman who
and then
abandons
she's
at the first sign of
violated
trouble.
the like through
Then she
death
leaves
do
the
us
first sign of
part.
trouble, and that's how fucking
Right.
that's how rude Democratic women are. They'll
There's
leave you at
no
the first sign.
There's no winning.
Yeah.
Of
There's
course,
no
they've
winning
just-
ever.
But that's my point, is that she was a moderate Democrat, trying to go through the establishment, but the establishment had already smeared her for 30 plus years. Like, there were things I had to unlearn about unliking Hillary Clinton that were just like, oh yeah, just since I was 8 years old, I was told this is a bad person, and like if I was any less aware of that, I may have never come out of that. And there are plenty of people who are just living in that without even knowing it because they watched SNL make fun of her for 5 years. I'm
Right.
not saying like that's indicative of anything,
Right.
but people don't research where they get these feelings from. They just have these feelings towards people. And Hillary was just around for a long time in the public eye in a way that is independent and frankly very liberal, because like very left liberal in the idea that she's like standing out and being like, no, I'm a part of this. I should stand out. I should be a part of
Right.
this.
Yes.
But she was in the same way, kind of as Obama, she's playing the game of politics because she thought if she played the game a certain way, she could become the first woman president. And she was 95% correct.
And it's interesting because I feel like not so, like, I don't want to say learned from it, but anybody has noticed that Kamala has not made gender a point of this campaign at all. It isn't. It's never
yeah.
been mentioned.
I mean, I'm sure
It's never been. It's mentioned in the reality of it, but she has never made it
That's
a
true.
component of her campaign. It's an obvious component,
Yeah.
duh. But it doesn't have to be said, and so she doesn't make it a part of it. It's just on her plans,
Well, yeah, it's around.
her
It's
vision.
obviously, yeah.
Right. But like that's also a big thing. Is like, oh, I don't want to mention that I'll be like the first woman president. Like that's too that would
no, daddy. Like, yeah,
yeah.
it's insane.
Okay, I have to pee again.
Yeah, I believe in you. So Matt, I mean, fuck Hillary, right? No, I'm just trying to make Chelsea mad in the bathroom.
You don't have to try that hard.
No, I assume it's tensions are high.
We have. Why is Virginia so close?
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. It's all bad. Like, I do feel like I'm just like in this kind of like fugue state about this whole election.
I mean, Harris has been called in Jersey, but like,
Jersey's usually very early.
But it's kind of closer than usual. Like right now, it's 51-46.
Yeah, but 5 points in Jersey is usually that's like I don't know.
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's all bad. Trump just won Iowa, according to the AP.
Oh yeah, Trump won Iowa. So that's not happening.
So the big Iowa swing isn't happening?
Nope.
Oh no. Fucking PA. Who fucking knows?
I don't think PA is going to happen. I spent so much time in PA in the last year.
PA's gonna happen for Harris?
No.
Or for Trump?
Trump.
You don't think it's gonna happen for Trump?
No, I don't think it's going to happen for Harris.
Oh. Because of just what you've
Okay.
Yeah, tell me.
So here's the thing. So I work a lot in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
I have clients in Pennsylvania. I shoot a lot of weddings in Pennsylvania. I shoot a lot of documentary in Pennsylvania. So I don't see the same people every time I'm in Pennsylvania, and I have different conversations. And I told Chelsea the other day, like, even when I'm working in Philly, people are so angry about crime. That is the first and last thing out of their mouth. They never talk about Trump being a bad person, about the indictments. They don't care. It's about it's about crime and prices of things.
Right.
And you might find some bleeding heart liberal that's like, and even then they will say, I love Pennsylvania, I love Kamala Harris, but why are things so fucked up around Philly? And even the most bleeding heart liberal will ask the question, like, am I safe? And that when someone says, am I safe, that is not a good day for Democrats.
No.
So.
But Philly is full of am I safe? That's, I mean. But yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about, like, these aren't white men that are speaking to me. These are black men. These are women that come out and say, I'm tired. I'm exhausted of the culture of crime around Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And you have Philly and you have Pittsburgh, and those are two blue dots,
but also
in the sea of red of
Philly
Pennsylvania, and that's it.
Philly went even harder than it did for Biden. It's around the other parts.
Well,
I don't know. Yeah.
And when I ask colleagues in Pennsylvania, I'm like, even in the same Philly suburbs that I used to drive around, and you know, in 2016, 2020, you know. Now it's all Trump signs, giant canvases that cover the. And I'm like, well, what's up with that? Oh, well, you know, maybe they don't really have an answer. Oh, well, people are afraid to come out as Harris supporters.
Who?
And I'm like, I don't know if that covers the gap that I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate the hope and optimism, but there is it feels.
I mean, it's literally, I do think so much of it is just dudes can't imagine mommy being daddy. Like,
Yeah, no,
like it's
yeah.
that, like you see it with the Tea Party thing happen, where it's like, I can't have my father be an African American. Like the same way they call him Mr. President. It's just their identity is built on this guy has to look like me, or else, like, what's the point?
Fear.
And it's I
all
wish it was.
fear. It's just fear. Fear.
I just like I wish there was more to it than a lot of those dumb things a lot of times, but I think it's like purely an emotional response of this scares me. Like otherwise, like why else? What's the policy Trump has said?
There's nothing.
He's
It's
gonna
nothing. There's
The tariffs?
nothing.
he's not gonna be afraid to be politically incorrect and lock people away.
Great.
And when I say that, I am also hearing in the back of my head other immigrants who have said, "Oh, but I'm not
one of those.
one of those. I'm not. I don't count for that group that he's talking about."
So why would I like?
So I'm gonna vote for him because I'm also tired of seeing what I'm seeing. I mean, there is a point, like, there are progressive outlets like the Young Turks who say, like, we're tired of fucking Gavin Newsom in California making excuses for problems and hiding under the umbrella of progressive politics. So there is an outrage out there, and I think the outrage is so forefront that people's patience with being humane and humanitarian are kind of on the lesser side of this issue. I don't know. What are you thinking, Chelsea?
Yeah. I mean, I think people don't think about like the long term of these things, and like.
No, of course not.
Well, I've told this story before. During the COVID times, there was a point where ICE agents were going around the neighborhood and like asking construction workers for proof of their citizenship. At that point, I was working at a job where our employer made us go back into the office like the first day that you could go back into the offices. So I'm going on this train, whatever. So on my way home one day, I'm on my street of my apartment and I get stopped by ICE agents. And they asked me to show my proof of citizenship. And they were giant, and it was just me on my street, and it was a street that I lived on. And I mean, I showed them my driver's license, but I'm like freaking out. And so I am just imagining so I'm just imagining a few, and like it was fine, and I was scared.
But it's still that moment where you're like, oh,
I was so
like,
scared.
What happens if you just didn't have your ID on you for some reason?
Well,
Like you walked over to get cigarettes.
I'm also just like, these are two giant like ICE officers who I am afraid are going to assault me, and so I'm just like shaking, and I'm pulling out my ID, and it's just like, what the fuck is happening? And then I tell my family that this happened. And then they say, oh, that could have happened to anybody. And I'm like, except fucking you, because you're all white and it just doesn't stick. And
but also that could have happened to anybody is not a good reason.
Right. And so
like that's worse.
In my mind, I'm just like, so I am living in a place where it's like, if they're just it's like they're holding up signs that say mass deportation now. Like, I'm a brown person. Like, I've literally been stopped by ICE. I've literally been stopped by ICE. And you want to sit here and tell me that it's going to be fine? Like, what does that process look like? Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's really, and there are just so many stances where it's like that, and it's like, like, oh, I want to be a mom so badly. And my mom had my little brother by IVF. And I don't know if I'm going to need to have children by IVF, but
if it's not.
But she did it. But now she voted for the person who's going to cut it off. So it's like, okay, cool. You got to, like, and I love my little, like, obviously there's no resentment or anything about my little
I didn't
brother.
think you were against your little brother.
Oh my God, no, I love him, obviously, so much. But it's like, oh, well, you got to do it by that. But now nobody else can. And so just like these constant, but then I get so little time with the family that I'm supposed to just be like, and if I bring up something serious, it's like, wow, we get so little time with you, and now you're gonna be rude to us.
That's so manipulative.
Like, oh wow, we don't ever see you, and now you're just gonna call us this, and I'm like,
why do you think you never see me?
literally, like the day that Trump won, like I FaceTime with my family, and like my uncle like put up an L sign and called me a loser. Sorry,
yeah.
I'm not like
People's champ.
like sprinting to LaGuardia for like a fucking ticket home. And then they like make me feel bad because I don't go home.
Yeah.
I don't know. I got off on it, but
Anyway, help Chelsea visit her family.
Okay.
Vote for Kamala Harris.
anyways, we can talk about literally anything else. Okay.
I think we're at the time we can actually transition out of the podcast portion of this.
Yeah, I think
That's
so.
fine. Okay.
Hey guys, hold your family safe.
Any
Got too deep. That's what she said.
okay.
At DPIC Comedy, if you made it this far.
Lord.
We'll put that in the description.